Chapter 3085. A disciple of my friend's family has committed a serious crime and has escaped from the family. They want to capture him. Yang Yu had prepared this excuse beforehand. I see. The young man came to a sudden understanding and immediately agreed. Senior brother Yang Yu, I'll immediately send a message to my father. I'll definitely handle this matter properly for you. Thank you. Feel free to look for me if you need anything in the future. Yang Yu said. The young man's eyes lit up when he heard Yang Yu's words. His breathing quickened slightly. In the past, before he joined the Tao Scholar Profound sect, he was considered a genius in the Profound Nether Mansion. However, after joining the Tao Scholar Profound sect, there were many geniuses like him, and many of them were even more outstanding than him. Among them, the most outstanding one was Yang Yu, the last disciple of the sect leader of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. Not only was Yang Yu monstrously talented, but he also had a powerful background. It was his dream to build a good relationship with Yang Yu. It was impossible for him to do Yang Yu a favor. For this reason, he had already made up his mind. Even if Yang Yu's request was difficult, he would do his best to convince his father to help Yang Yu's friend investigate the transportation formation in the Devata realm. Moreover, he had already promised Yang Yu that there was no turning back. Father. The young man took a deep breath before he contacted his father, one of the 3 vice mansion masters of the Profound Nether Mansion. Yang what's the matter? The young man's father, Li Lin Yi, one of the vice mansion masters of the Profound Nether Mansion, replied immediately. Although Li Lin Yi had several sons, his son's innate talent and comprehension ability were the highest. Although this son was the youngest among his sons, he was the most orderly. His cultivation had already surpassed all of his other sons. Moreover, Li Lin Yi had joined the Tao Scholar Profound sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Southern Heaven Territory. Currently, he was a core disciple of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. If Li Lin Yi was given more time, he might even become a high-ranking official in the Tao Scholar Profound sect. At that time, as long as the current mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion returned to the clan that ruled the Profound Nether Mansion, the new mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion would have an advantage. The other 2 vice mansion masters would not be able to compete with him at all. It was for this reason that he was very kind to this son of his, like a loving father, and was not at all as severe as he was to his other sons. Father, Li Yang went straight to the point and told Li Lini everything that had happened. He even emphasized Yang Yu's position in the Tao Scholar Profound sect. Among all the people in the Tao Scholar Profound sect, Yang Yu had the highest chance of becoming the next sect leader of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. After hearing his son's message, Li Lini's heart could not help but tremble violently. The Tao Scholar Profound sect was a 5th grade sect. Although it was only 1 grade higher than the Profound Nether Mansion, a grade 6 celestial mansion, there was a huge gap between them. For example, the clan that ruled the Profound Nether Mansion was one of the top clans in the Southern Territory. The Profound Nether Mansion was one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was also a 5th grade clan, and its status in the Southern Heaven Territory was on par with the Tao Scholar Profound sect. However, in terms of strength, the Profound Nether Mansion was slightly weaker than the Tao Scholar Profound sect. Even the current mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion would only be an inner elder of the Profound Nether Mansion after his term in the Profound Nether Mansion ended, let alone Li Yang, a vice mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Although there were not as many inner elders as outer elders in the Profound Nether Mansion, there were still quite a number of them. Their status in the Profound Nether Mansion was only average. This matter is a little tricky. If the 2 vice mansion masters find out about this, they'll definitely use this matter to suppress me in front of the Lord Mansion Master. However, it's worth the risk if I can befriend someone like Yang Yu. Li Lini quickly gave his son a reply after weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Li Lini was a person with no background. Naturally, he knew when to give and take since he was able to get to where he was today. He knew very well that Yang Yu was not an ordinary person. If it were not for the fact that he needed Li Lini's help, Li Lini would not have been able to befriend someone like Yang Yu. Thank you, father. Li Yang was pleasantly surprised when he heard his father's straightforward reply. He thought he would have to spend a lot of effort persuading his father. Yang tell your senior brother Yang Ru to tell his friend's family to come and look for me. Li Lini said. Yes, father. Li Yang replied before he sent a message to Yang Ru. Senior brother Yang Ru, it's done. My father said to tell your friend's family to come and look for him in the profound nether mansion. My father is Li Lini. He's one of the 3 vice mansion masters of the profound nether mansion. Li Yang paused for a moment before he added. All right, thank you. Yang Ru replied. Senior brother Yang, you're welcome. It's my honor to be able to help you. Li Yang said. No matter what, I owe you a huge favor. After sending another message, Yang Ru looked at Chen Li and said with a faint smile on his face, it's done. Tell your father to send someone to the profound nether mansion to look for Vice Mansion Master Li Linyi so he can investigate the transporting formation in the Devata realm. We'll be able to find out where the target went. Chen Li's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly crushed a communication celestial talisman and relayed the news to his father, Chen Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Bloodskull Gang. That little brat must have accumulated a lot of good fortune to be able to befriend someone like young Master Yang Ru. Chen Yuanshan sighed when he heard Chen Yuanshan's words. When Chen Yuanshan received Chen Li's message and found out from Chen Li that it was Yang Ruyu who helped him, he couldn't help but sigh. Naturally, he knew about the friendship between his illegitimate son and Yang Ru. They had known each other since they were young. It was a pure friendship that did not involve any benefits. However, unlike his illegitimate son, Yang Ru's innate talent and comprehension ability had been discovered at a young age. Eventually, Yang Ru had joined the Tao Scholar Profound sect and was accepted as his last disciple by the sect leader of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. However, despite his current status, Yang Ru had never forgotten his childhood playmate, Chen Li. He would often look for Chen Li. In fact, Yang Ru had even personally visited his father to ask him to compensate Chen Li, otherwise, he would not let Chen Li off the hook. Of course, he didn't tell Chen Li about this, so Chen Li didn't know. The Jade Emperor Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. It was the closest Devata realm to Yang Huang realm, the mundane realm where Duan Lingtian's hometown, Earth, was located. When Duan Lingtian ascended, he should have ascended to this Devata realm. However, due to the turbulence in the realm of gods that occurred once every 10,000 years, the spatial energy in the spatial tunnel was disrupted. As a result, Duan Lingtian ascended to another Devata realm, the spirit overarching heaven. With our speed, it'll take us at least half a month to reach the wind-resistant city. Do we have enough time? Somewhere in Yang Mountain Mansion in the equal heaven territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven, 3 people were flying side by side in the sky. One of them was asking the other person next to him. We agreed to meet at the wind-resistant city 2 months after we arrived in the Jade Emperor Heaven. We still have plenty of time. The person who was asked the question replied. We came all the way here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. We even spent a lot of celestial crystals to teleport here from the spirit overarching heaven. If I find out that person lied to me, I won't let him off the hook, the last person said in a deep voice. You won't let him off the hook? Why do I seem to remember that you seem to have fought with him before, and lost to him? The person who spoke first said mockingly as he looked at the last person. Humph. I lost to him because I was careless. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost to him since our cultivation bases are on par with each other. The last person scoffed and said indignantly. Based on the conversation between the 3 people, it was clear they had also teleported from the spirit overarching heaven to Yang Mountain Mansion in the equal heaven territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven. They had also received an invitation to come here. Although the 3 of them were only slightly over 100 years old, they were already peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended at least 2 profundities from a law. The wind-resistant city was the place where they had agreed to meet up with the person who told them there was a secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor in Yang Mountain Mansion in the equal heaven territory of the Jade Emperor Heaven. At the same time, Two figures could be seen flying in the sky in another direction of the wind-resistant city. Among them, the young man in purple had a handsome face. Although his face was slightly tense, his gentle gaze gave people a very comfortable feeling. As for the other young man in grey, he had a cold expression on his face. His cold gaze made him seem as if he was constantly emitting an aura that kept people thousands of miles away. These two people were none other than Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, who had teleported from the spirit overarching heaven to the Jade Emperor heaven through the transporting formation. The wind-resistant city should be up ahead. At this moment, a small black dot appeared in front of them. It grew larger in just a blink of an eye, revealing the outline of a city. It seems like we've arrived a month early. That's good as well. We can familiarize ourselves with the environment of the wind-resistant city and see how many people the reincarnated Celestial Emperor has invited. Ling Jueyun said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. His interest in the secret realm where the reincarnated Celestial Emperor had planted the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree grew. Chapter 3086. The wind-resistant city was a city under the Yang Mountain Mansion. Its status in the Yang Mountain Mansion was similar to the status in the profound Nether Mansion. There were also transporting formations in the wind-resistant city that connected to the other 80 Devata realms from the Jade Emperor heaven. These transporting formations were inscribed by the Yang Mountain Mansion's formation masters. It would cost 10,000 prominent celestial crystals to use them. The scale of the wind-resistant city was similar to that of Axe Mountain City. When Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun entered wind-resistant city, they could see the endless stream of people entering and leaving the city. The city was bustling with noise and excitement. There's still more than a month to go. Let's look for an inn to stay in. Since the wind-resistant city is a city under the Yang Mountain Mansion, there should be an inn under the profound Nether Mansion like the above cloud pavilion in Axe Mountain City. Ling Jueyun suggested. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. Soon after, the duo found an inn under the Yang Mountain Mansion in the wind-resistant city. Although the rooms in the inn were not as high as the above cloud pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion's above cloud pavilion, the treatment was no different from the other rooms in the above cloud pavilion. The treatment of the best rooms in the above cloud pavilion was similar to the treatment of the best rooms in the above cloud pavilion. Unlike the best rooms in the above cloud pavilion that could accommodate 2 people at most, the best rooms in the inn under the Yang Mountain Mansion, the Yi Attainment Pavilion could accommodate up to 3 people at most. After checking in, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun stayed in their respective rooms to comprehend the profundities of the law as they waited for the arrival of the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. A few days after Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun stayed in the first attainment pavilion, a travel-worn female guest arrived at another courtyard near their courtyard. She looked like she had traveled a long way. If Duan Lingtian was not in the room but in the courtyard, he would definitely be able to see this female guest and recognize her. The female guest was none other than Murong Xiao Xiao, who was ranked in the top 3 along with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun in the profound Nether Mansion's lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Murong Xiao Xiao was a genius from the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. She was from the profound Nether Mansion in the Southern Heaven territory of the spirit overarching Spirit Heaven. Unlike Duan Lingtian Mansion's lower realm of the Upper Cloud Pavilion, Murong Xiao 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 City. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun were not the only ones who were unaware of the arrival of another acquaintance from the profound Nether Mansion. Even Murong Xiao Xiao was unaware that 2 acquaintances from the profound Nether Mansion had moved into the Unison Pavilion a few days earlier than her. The Yi Attainment Pavilion was the best inn in wind-resistant city. Anyone with extraordinary strength or background would stay here. Before Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Murong Xiao Xiao had stayed in the Yi Attainment Pavilion, many other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the spirit overarching heaven and other Devata realms had stayed in the Yi Attainment Pavilion as well. These peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Murong Xiao Xiao, had been invited to the Yi Attainment Pavilion. They had come for the secret realm that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. In the room, Duan Lingtian was fully immersed in comprehending the law of fire's explosion profundity. With the help of the Chaos Divine Flame, his speed of comprehending the explosion profundity was extremely fast. He had a feeling he would be able to comprehend the explosion profundity at any time. About half a month later, Duan Ling Tian felt like he was about to comprehend the explosion profundity at any moment, but he was still unable to do so. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, what's going on? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask the Chaos Divine Flame. He really wanted to know what was going on. After comprehending the seizing profundity and burning profundity of the laws of fire, you already have a deep understanding of the laws of fire and some preconceived notions. Now that you've comprehended the explosion profundity, there will more or less be some conflict. Since you're feeling this way, it means you've reached a bottleneck in comprehending the explosion profundity. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why he had reached a bottleneck in comprehending the explosion profundity. As it turned out, it was because he had comprehended the plundering profundity and the burning profundity. I've just comprehended the fourth law of fire's profundity, and I've already reached a bottleneck. Won't it be even harder for me to break through the bottleneck when I try to comprehend the fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth profundities from the law of fire in the future? Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply. Of course. The Chaos Divine Flame said, it's not difficult to comprehend the first few profundities of any law. However, it's extremely difficult to comprehend more than 5 profundities. Comprehending all 9 profundities of a law is even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. For someone with average comprehension ability, no matter how much time they have or how good the environment is, it's still very difficult for them to comprehend all 9 profundities of a law. The Chaos Divine Flame continued to explain. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Although he had heard the Chaos Divine Flame's last sentence, he did not have a deep understanding of it. However, after listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's explanation, he had a deeper understanding. The more profundities one comprehended, the more difficult it would be to comprehend the rest of the profundities. Next, if you don't need to cultivate, you can try to comprehend another profundity from the law of fire. There are many people who have comprehended another profundity from the law of fire when they encounter similar bottlenecks. They'll be able to break through the bottleneck of that profundity. The Chaos Divine Flame finally gave Duan Ling Tian a suggestion. It told Duan Ling Tian to put the explosion profundity aside for now and try to comprehend other profundities from the law of fire. Perhaps, he might be able to break through the bottleneck by comprehending other profundities from the law of fire. You can do that. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He quickly accepted the Chaos Divine Flame's suggestion. Senior, I have 2 fire-type king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. You can comprehend the blazing sun profundity from the law of fire. As for the other fire-type king-grade divine ability, you can comprehend the fire elemental profundity from the law of fire. The fire elemental profundity seems to be more useless. Should I comprehend the blazing sun profundity first? Although Duan Ling Tian had made up his mind, he still asked the Chaos Divine Flame about it. Even if he comprehended the fire elemental profundity to the rudimentary stage, it was still useless. He could only use it in a fiery environment. Only when he comprehended it to the mastery stage would he be able to use it in a fiery environment. Alright, comprehend the blazing sun profundity first. The Chaos Divine Flame gave Duan Ling Tian an affirmative answer. Wait a minute. Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened slightly as he asked the Chaos Divine Flame, Senior, the fire elemental profundity? The fire elemental profundity from the law of fire is similar to the earth elemental profundity from the law of earth. The wind elemental profundity from the law of wind should be similar to the fire elemental profundity from the law of fire and the earth elemental profundity from the law of earth, right? The fire elemental profundity from the law of fire and the earth elemental profundity from the law of earth have restrictions on the usage of the fire elemental profundity from the law of wind, right? If that's the case, why was I able to unleash the speed of the wind elemental profundity from the wind elemental profundity to the initial stage when I used the wind shadow escape talisman? Duan Ling Tian asked the Chaos Divine Flame. Earlier, he had recalled the wind shadow escape talisman that Sun Liang Peng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had given him. Previously, Due to the wind shadow escape talisman that contained the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord, the gale profundity, and the wind elemental profundity from the law of wind to the initial stage, he was able to escape from the 9 Palaces celestial king assassin from the Bloodskull gang. When he used the celestial talisman, he could clearly sense the speed of the celestial origin energy from the gale profundity and the wind elemental profundity. The wind elemental profundity's speed was not inferior to the celestial origin energy's speed. However, the wind travel profundity contained in the wind shadow escape talisman was only at the initial stage of the wind travel profundity. Under such circumstances, shouldn't it be similar to the fire elemental profundity from the law of fire and the earth elemental profundity from the law of earth? Before you ask this question, have you thought about the environment you were in after you used the wind shadow escape talisman? The Chaos Divine Flame asked, "Don't tell me you used it in a windless environment." A windless environment? Duan Ling Tian pondered the Chaos Divine Flame's question for a moment before realization dawned on him. So that's how it is. Although the wind-walking profundity has its limitations, it's still possible to use the wind-walking profundity most of the time due to the presence of wind. If it's in a windless environment, the wind elemental profundity won't be of any use unless it's at the mastery stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood. As long as it was not in a completely sealed space, there would still be wind. Even if it seemed like there was no wind, there would still be a breeze in the air. It was just that the wind was too weak to stimulate one's senses. Those who comprehend the law of wind are really lucky. For those of us who comprehend the law of fire, the fire elemental profundity is useless before we reach the mastery stage. However, even if the wind elemental profundity is only at the rudimentary stage, it can still increase their speed. After all, there's always wind in an environment. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. At this moment, he could not help but feel envious of those who comprehended the law of wind. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Duan Lingtian focused on comprehending the law of fire's blazing sun profundity with the help of the Chaos Divine Flame. Chapter 3087. It's time. Duan Lingtian asked as he walked out of the room and looked at Ling Jueyun, who was standing in the courtyard. Yes. Ling Jueyun nodded and said, "Earlier, he sent me a message and asked us to meet at the mountain range 130,000 miles south of wind-resistant city. There's a mountain there that looks like a giant wolf howling at the sky. He wants us to meet at the peak of that mountain. If you don't get there in time before nightfall, you'll be deemed to have given up on entering the secret realm." Those were his exact words. Ling Jueyun finished his sentence. "In that case, let's head there now," Duan Lingtian said. "All right." Ling Jueyun nodded. Then, he left the courtyard with Duan Lingtian. However, as soon as they left the courtyard, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun heard someone calling out to them. "Duan Lingtian? Ling Jueyun?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the voice. There was actually someone here who knew him. Moreover, she knew Ling Jueyun. Based on the voice, it seemed like it belonged to a woman. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun turned to look at the source of the voice. A hint of surprise could be seen on the beautiful woman's face as she looked at them. Murong Xiao Xiao? Although it had been almost 10 years, Duan Lingtian recognized the woman immediately. She was none other than Murong Xiao Xiao, the genius disciple from the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan in the Profound Nethermansion's territory. Previously, when the Profound Nethermansion's lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, Duan Lingtian, Ling Juyun, and Murong Xiao Xiao were ranked in the top 3. For this reason, Murong Xiao Xiao had left a deep impression on him. It seems like Murong Xiao Xiao has also received an invitation from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. The reason Murong Xiao Xiao appeared here at this time was self-evident. She must have received an invitation from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor just like the two of them. "Let's go. If it's possible, don't get involved with her. I don't want to bring a burden with me." Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he left. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind. Duan Ling Jueyun was speechless. What did Ling Jueyun's gaze mean? Did Duan Ling Jueyun really thought he would get involved with Murong Xiao Xiao for no reason? Although Murong Xiao Xiao was quite beautiful, she was still inferior to his wives, Ke and Li Fei, let alone Huan Er, whom he had met in the spirit overarching heaven. These two fellows. Murong Xiao Xiao murmured inwardly. She was slightly annoyed when she saw the duo had no intention of responding to her even though she had taken the initiative to greet them. Under normal circumstances, with her pride and self-esteem, she would not have bothered with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. However, this time, she had left the spirit overarching heaven and came to the Jade Emperor heaven alone. Moreover, she was going to explore the secret realm that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. If she could maintain a good relationship with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, her safety would undoubtedly be guaranteed. For this reason, she thickened her skin and followed Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, when did the two of you arrive? Since the two of you are here at this time, you must have received an invitation as well, right? Since the two of you are heading south as well, it seems like our destination is the same. Why don't the three of us work together after we enter the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor? Naturally, there's no need for the three of you to split the loot equally with me. We'll split the loot into 5 portions. Each of you will take 2 portions, and I'll take 1. What do you think? Murong Xiao Xiao had been following Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun from the moment they left the inn until they left wind-resistant city. Based on her words, it seemed like she wanted to join the two of them in exploring the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. In order to show her sincerity, she directly stated that she only wanted 20% of the loot she obtained from the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. In her opinion, since she had made such a big concession, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun would definitely agree to her joining them. After all, she was not weak. If she joined forces with them, she would be able to explore the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. However, Murong Xiao Xiao did not expect this. Even after she had made such a big concession, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun still continued on their way. They did not even turn around, let alone agree to her suggestion. Murong Xiao Xiao's expression turned unsightly, and a hint of grievance could be seen in her eyes. As the prodigy of the Murong clan, when had she, Murong Xiao Xiao, ever felt so wronged? Apart from us, there seem to be many people who came out of the inn and are heading south. It seems like they've also received an invitation from the reincarnated celestial emperor. Ling Jueyun sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. However, apart from Murong Xiao Xiao, I don't see any familiar faces. It seems like the reincarnated celestial emperor has only invited the three of us from the profound Nether Mansion's territory in the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. Only the three of us are invited. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian purposely glanced at the people walking in front of him. Then, he turned around to look again. Indeed, apart from Murong Xiao Xiao, he did not see any familiar faces among the thousands of people walking in front of him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew some of these people were not here because of the reincarnated celestial emperor's invitation. Apart from the south, there were also many people in the other 3 directions of the wind-resistant city. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. After flying 70 to 80,000 kilometers to the south, there were only about 2,000 of them left. After flying for another 10,000 kilometers, there were only about 1,000 of them left. That person's meeting place should be the mountain range in front of us. After flying above a vast desert for a while and passing through a flat plain, Duan Lingtian saw a continuous mountain range in the distance. However, due to the distance, he couldn't clearly see the outlines of the mountain peaks in the continuous mountain range. It's about the same distance. It should be that mountain range. Ling Jueyun nodded. When Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian saw the mountain range in front of them, Murong Xiao Xiao and the others had also noticed it. Many people sped up and flew toward the mountain range as though there was a fight for something there. Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian traveled at a leisurely pace while Murong Xiao Xiao followed behind them. She did not speak to them shamelessly since she could not bring herself to do so. Previously, when she tried to talk to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, it was as though she was trying to get the cold shoulder from Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. However, she did not receive any response from them. Under such circumstances, she could no longer be thick-skinned and continue to speak. At this moment, she had completely dismissed the idea of joining forces with Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. After all, she could see Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian had no intention of joining forces with her. Otherwise, they would not have rejected her when she had made such a huge concession. If that person only came to the two of us and Murong Xiao Xiao in the profound nether mansions territory in the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory, how many places would he have to go to gather so many people? Moreover, I'm afraid these people are only a small portion of the people. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was almost certain these people had received the same invitation as Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian. Yes. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Ling Jueyun nodded and replied through voice transmission. Moreover, based on how he chose the three of us in the profound nether mansions territory, I'm afraid these people are all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talent and comprehension ability. Didn't you say he only needed to find a group of relatively strong peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree? If that's the case, why would he need to find peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talent and comprehension ability? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Perhaps, the probability of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit being harvested is higher? Ling Jueyun's eyes glinted as he made a bold guess. Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble? There might not be any peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who are stronger than the three of us in the profound nether mansion, but there are many who are slightly weaker than Murong Xiao Xiao. However, he didn't choose any of them. So far, this is just a guess. Perhaps, there are other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound nether mansion, but none of them are here. So far, we've only met Murong Xiao Xiao? Duan Lingtian said. Perhaps. Let's see if we can see any other familiar faces among the group of people gathered at the peak of that mountain before the sky turns dark. If we don't meet any familiar faces, then my guess might be right. Ling Jueyun said. If it's true, then it's a good thing. After all, we're here for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as a hint of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. If the reincarnated celestial emperor had only looked for him, Ling Jueyun, and Murong Xiao Xiao in the profound nether mansion, and he had followed the same criteria in other places as well, there must be a reason the reincarnated celestial emperor had done this. Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble to look for them? If that's the case, Ling Jueyun's guess might be right. Sacrificing peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talent and comprehension ability can increase the probability of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit being harvested. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Chapter 3088. Hearing Ling Jueyun's voice, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and realized that he and Ling Jueyun had arrived above a mountain range. At the same time, a towering mountain appeared in front of him. This towering mountain sat among the other mountains, like a crane in a flock of chickens. Most importantly, at first glance, this towering mountain looked like a strong wolf sitting there. It raised its head, opened its mouth, and revealed its sharp fangs. It looked arrogantly at the sky, as if it was howling at the heavens. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could see that the figures in front of him and Ling Jueyun had all stepped on the air and landed on the peak of the mountain that looked like a giant wolf howling at the heavens. The peak of the mountain was also the head of the giant wolf. Although it didn't look big from afar, once closer, one could see that it was extremely spacious. Even if tens of thousands of people were to stand on it, there would be more than enough space to spare. Let's go. Ling Jueyun called out to Duan Lingtian, then stepped on the air and landed on the peak of the mountain that looked like a giant wolf howling at the heavens. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved and followed Ling Jueyun, landing on the peak of the mountain with Ling Jueyun. The peak of the mountain was different from the weeds that grew on the mountainside. The ground was flat and smooth like a mirror, as if it had been cut by a knife. Of course, there were still many places that were littered with gravel. When Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun landed on the peak of the mountain, there were already thousands of people standing there. A small portion of them were originally in front of Duan Lingtian, As for the others, they had obviously arrived earlier. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, a group of people, including Murong Xiao Xiao, who had been walking behind Duan Lingtian, also landed on the peak of the mountain. The number of people on the peak increased rapidly. Moreover, the number of people continued to increase as people continued to land on the peak of the mountain. Brother, are you here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor as well? A handsome young man standing near Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm sure everyone here is here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor, right? Duan Lingtian asked. I think so. The young man smiled awkwardly before he asked, Brother, where are you from? The spirit heaven. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man before he asked, What about you? I'm from the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, just like all of you who came from other Devata realms, I came here through a transporting formation as well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make it here in time. The young man replied. Brother, I'm Lin Fei Yang. What's your name? The young man asked again. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied. Actually, he had already noticed the young man who called himself Lin Fei Yang when he first arrived. From the beginning until the end, he did not see the young man talking to anyone. He did not expect the young man to suddenly talk to him. This made him feel a little baffled. After all, there were at least 5 or 6 people who were closer to Lin Fei Yang than him. However, Lin Fei Yang did not speak to any of them. Boy, there's a second form world cleansing divine water in Lin Fei Yang's body. However, the second form world cleansing divine water must be something he was born with, and it hasn't awakened yet. The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lin Fei Yang's words. World cleansing divine water. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. The world cleansing divine water was one of the 5 divine elements. It was as famous as the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth in his body. Apart from the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth, he had also obtained the clear heavens divine wood. However, since the clear heavens divine wood was only in its first form, it did not possess any intelligence. Even so, it was close to his heart and resonated with the main branch of the divine tree of life in his heart. What do you mean by born with it? Duan Lingtian asked the profound divine metal. Born with it means the world-cleansing divine water was already in his body when he was still in his mother's womb. Based on my investigation, the world-cleansing divine water in his body hasn't awakened yet. The profound divine metal continued to say, however, even if it hasn't awakened yet, he's still affected by the world-cleansing divine water since he was born with it. He can vaguely sense the presence of the other 5 divine elements. For example, he must have taken the initiative to look for you because he can vaguely sense the presence of the 5 divine elements in your body. Perhaps, he doesn't know what the 5 divine elements are, but he feels a sense of familiarity with you. The profound divine metal continued to explain. Me. I feel a sense of familiarity with him. After listening to the profound divine metal's explanation, Duan Lingtian's questions were answered. If that was really the case, then it would explain why Lin Fei Yang didn't try to strike up a conversation with anyone else but him. If the world-cleansing divine water in his body is in its second form, why hasn't it awakened yet? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. The profound divine metal continued to explain, the 5 divine elements that are in their second form and above can choose a host. The riskiest method is to find an unborn child to host in. The child's body will change under the influence of the 5 divine elements. Through this, the child will be able to comprehend the law of water. The profound divine metal said, in addition, the world-cleansing divine water can help the fetus open more heavenly meridians. It can also help the fetus build the foundation to communicate with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. At the same time, because of the world-cleansing divine water, the child's comprehension of the law of water is heaven-defying. Given enough time, he'll definitely be able to comprehend all 9 profundities from the law of water. Apart from that, he'll be able to make rapid progress. The profound divine metal paused for a moment before it continued to say, "Naturally, there's a huge risk to the world-cleansing divine water in his body. If it's targeted by another world-cleansing divine water in his body while he's in his second form, it won't be able to resist at all. It can only be absorbed by the world-cleansing divine water and become its nutrients. After all, lodging in an embryo requires a lot of effort to cultivate the embryo. Under such circumstances, it will fall into a long slumber due to exhaustion, at least 100 years, or even longer. However, based on the current situation, the world-cleansing divine water in this boy's body is quite lucky. Up until now, it hasn't encountered another world-cleansing divine water in the second form. Otherwise, it wouldn't have survived until now. It's a pity you don't have any world-cleansing divine water in your body. Otherwise, you can kill this boy and take his world-cleansing divine water." A hint of pity could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice when it reached the end of its sentence. It's a pity the world-cleansing divine water in his body hasn't awakened yet. Otherwise, you can persuade it to leave this boy and stay in your body. In that case, you'll have gathered all 5 divine element. A hint of yearning could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice as it spoke. Lin Fei Yang, upon hearing the profound divine metal's words, Duan Lingtian instinctively extended his divine consciousness and shrouded Lin Fei Yang. Lin Fei Yang was taken aback by this. Not even 100 years old. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he discovered Lin Fei Yang's cultivation base was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, he was surprised to find out Lin Fei Yang was not even 100 years old, just like him and Ling Jueyun. Lin Fei Yang frowned slightly when he sensed Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness. However, his frown quickly disappeared. Clearly, he did not intend to argue with Duan Lingtian. "You've comprehended the law of water?" Duan Lingtian asked Lin Fei Yang. He wanted to verify if the profound divine metal's words were true. If Lin Fei Yang was really as the profound divine metal had said, and had a heaven-defying comprehension of the law of water, then the law he comprehended must be the law of water. It was unlikely that he comprehended any other law. "How did you know?" Lin Fei Yang was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, he didn't recognize a single person here, nor had he fought or seen him fight before. It was basically impossible for anyone to guess that he had comprehended the laws of water out of thin air. "How did you know I've comprehended the law of water when you probed me with your divine consciousness?" Lin Fei Yang looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. He could not figure out how Duan Lingtian could detect a person's comprehension of the law of water with his divine consciousness. "Although you're not even 100 years old, you must have comprehended many profundities from the law of water, right?" Duan Lingtian asked again as he looked at Lin Fei Yang. When Lin Fei Yang heard Duan Lingtian's words, he looked at Duan Lingtian in a completely different light. It was as though he had seen a ghost. He could not figure out how the purple-clad young man in front of him could accurately guess his secrets. "You don't tell me you know me from before." Lin Fei Yang looked at Duan Lingtian warily. Earlier, there were so many people present, but Duan Lingtian was the only one who gave him a sense of closeness. This was already baffling to him. However, now that Duan Lingtian had accurately guessed his secrets, Lin Fei Yang was even more shocked and suspicious. Could it be that this purple-clothed young man knew him from before? Was that why he already knew about him? "This is my first time in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Do you think I know you from before?" Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. Then, he looked away and stopped talking to Lin Fei Yang. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered more and more people were arriving. Moreover, there were no less than 5,000 people in the surroundings. How many people did the reincarnated Celestial Emperor invite? Chapter 3089. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked, the others were shocked as well. "So many people. All of them are here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a Celestial Emperor. I don't know why others are here, but I'm here for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a Celestial Emperor. Moreover, I purposely used the transportation formation in the Aurora Heaven to come to the Jade Emperor Heaven. I'm from the Aurora Heaven as well. I'm from the spirit overarching heaven. I'm from the clear water heaven. I'm from the azure profound heaven. Although I'm from the Jade Emperor heaven, I'm located very far away from Yang Mountain Mansion in the Fair Heaven territory. Unless I have a titled celestial emperor to bring me there, I can only use a transporting formation in the Devata realms. Many people chimed in and came to a shocking conclusion. They were from the Jade Emperor heaven, the Aurora heaven, the spirit overarching heaven, the clear water heaven, and the azure profound heaven. As evening approached, there were more than 8,000 people standing on the mountain peak. Moreover, the number of people was still increasing at a rapid pace. It was as though they would never stop. At the same time, as everyone continued to communicate, they unanimously came to another conclusion. The oldest among them was not more than 200 years old. Most of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended at least 2 profundities from a law. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 200 years old and has comprehended at least 2 profundities from a law, even Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp when he heard this conclusion. He was certain there were only a handful of people in the profound nether mansion in the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. My strength is actually not worth mentioning in this group of people. Murong Xiao Xiao thought to herself as she stood at the side. As a prodigy from the profound nether mansion's Murong clan, Murong Xiao Xiao had always been proud of herself. It was not until she met Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun that she realized there was always someone better than her. And now, knowing that the weakest one among the 10,000 people here was like her, who had comprehended 2 kinds of power Upanishads at less than 200 years old, she was hit hard. She even thought that her achievement wasn't worth mentioning. It seems like I'm right. The reincarnated celestial emperor didn't only find powerful peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, but they're also talented peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Ling Jueyun's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. As I've said, he must have a reason for doing this. Otherwise, he could have just found 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with high innate talent and comprehension ability. That would have saved him a lot of trouble. It's not easy to gather 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability. It would take a lot of effort to find them even in the 5 Devata realms. I don't think he has no ulterior motive for spending so much effort to find 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Perhaps, it's just as I've guessed, he's looking for powerful peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability to increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Ling Jueyun said in one breath. Apart from that, I can't think of any other reason. If that's the case, it's a good thing for us. After all, with a 10% success rate, we might not be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit even if we survive. Duan Lingtian nodded. If the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit increases, we'll have a higher chance of obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. All right. Ling Jueyun nodded. His eyes shone brightly as he nodded. Time continued to pass by quietly. The sky was dyed red as the number of people on the mountain dwindled. Even then, there were still more than 10,000 people gathered on the mountain. Similar to Duan Lingtian and the others, the people who arrived later were from the spirit overarching heaven, the Jade Emperor heaven, the Aurora heaven, the Clear Water heaven, and the Green Profound heaven. Naturally, the people from the Jade Emperor heaven had come from afar through the transportation formations in the Jade Emperor heaven's Fair Heaven territory. None of them came from the vicinity of the Jade Emperor heaven. It was clear the person who had gathered the crowd did not send anyone from the vicinity. It was as though he had intentionally avoided this. Is it possible that the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor has an age restriction? A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Clear Water heaven speculated. That should be the case. Otherwise, why would that person search for peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who aren't even 200 years old? It seems like the secret realm not only restricts one's cultivation base, but it also restricts one's age. Another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Green Profound heaven chimed in. More and more people joined in the discussion. They all agreed that this was the truth. Duan Lingtian, don't you think things aren't as simple as they seem? A voice transmission suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The person who had spoken was none other than Lin Fei Yang. That person spent so much effort to gather so many people from all over the world just to get us to enter the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. If that's the case, there's no need for him to spend so much effort to gather so many people, right? Lin Fei Yang asked skeptically. At this moment, Lin Fei Yang no longer suspected that Duan Lingtian knew him and knew about him. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's indifferent attitude toward him, it was clear that Duan Lingtian did not have any ulterior motives toward him. Duan Lingtian looked at Lin Fei Yang in surprise. He did not know how to respond to Lin Fei Yang's question. At this moment, night had already fallen. At this time, the number of people on the mountain peak was maintained at around 11,000 people, and this number would not increase. Why isn't that person here yet? He invited us here, but he's not showing up. What's he up to? Is he going to stand us up? I don't think so. After all, he spent a lot of effort to gather us here. How could he possibly stand us up? Night had fallen, but the person who had invited them here had yet to show up. Many of them began to feel anxious. However, there were still many who remained calm and waited patiently. Have you thought about it? That person spent so much effort and spent so many celestial crystals to gather us here just to compete with us for the secret realm that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. At this moment, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Aurora heaven asked. Since his voice contained celestial origin energy, it drowned out the commotion in the surroundings. As soon as the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. The people present only found out today that the person who had invited them here had invited more than 10,000 people with similar innate talent, comprehension ability, and strength as them. That's right. Initially, I thought he only invited a few people to explore the secret realm with him. I didn't expect him to find so many people. Who would believe that he didn't have any ulterior motives when he spent so much effort to gather us here? What is he trying to do? More and more people began to regain their senses. They were no longer obsessed with exploring the Celestial Emperor's secret realm. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts, and it grew stronger and stronger. No. I want to leave. I'm not going to the Celestial Emperor's secret realm anymore. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven shouted with a fearful expression on his face. Then, he rose into the air and flew away from the huge mountain at lightning speed. He was clearly planning to leave this place. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven was about to leave, a translucent light shield appeared above the huge mountain peak. It shrouded the entire mountain peak before it spread to cover the entire mountain peak. Bang! The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the jade water heaven slammed into the translucent light shield, causing ripples to appear on the light shield. However, the light shield did not budge at all. Tchem! The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the jade water heaven was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. His expression changed drastically as he muttered to himself, "It seems like I'm right. This is a conspiracy against us." The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the jade water heaven quickly took out his celestial weapon and attacked the light shield with all his might. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only cause ripples on the light shield. The light shield sparkled under the moonlight, but it did not show any signs of breaking. This is bad. We're trapped. Damn it. We've been set up. We have to leave this place. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun who remained motionless, the rest of the people on the giant mountain, including Lin Fei Yang and Murong Xiao Xiao, were horrified. They flew up into the air, trying to break through the light shield and escape. Many of them even crushed communication celestial talismans to inform others of what had happened. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Just as the group of people leaped into the air, wanting to break through the light barrier and leave, bursts of sounds like flowing water rang out. In the next moment, a shocking scene suddenly appeared before everyone. Chapter 3090. At this moment, the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven who was attacking the light barrier was suddenly shrouded by a blue energy that extended from the light barrier. It was as though he was shrouded by a pool of water. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. As the sound of flowing water rang in the air, the blue energy that shrouded the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven began to ripple. Boom. Rumble. A moment later, the horrified peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven was crushed into a puddle of blood by the azure energy. Then, the azure energy swept past him and turned him into a puddle of blood. After the blood water was annihilated, the azure blue energy suddenly swayed and completely dissipated into the air, as if it had never appeared. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the spatial ring, offensive celestial weapons, and defensive celestial weapons of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial fell from the sky one after another. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they saw these items. What a terrifying formation. It's so powerful even though it envelopes the entire mountain. Many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who knew about formations gasped. Upon seeing the death of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven, the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials no longer dared to leave even though they wanted to. All of them stared at the translucent light barrier as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the translucent light shield gradually faded and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Even though the translucent light barrier seemed to have disappeared, none of them dared to follow the example of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the clear water heaven. After all, they knew the formation was only a temporary concealment. If anyone tried to leave, they would trigger the formation again. This formation. Don't tell me the reincarnation of a celestial emperor can control it freely. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun with a slight frown on his face. He sent a voice transmission to Ling Jueyun and said with a frown, if he left such a formation in the secret realm in his past life, how are we going to compete with him for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Duan Lingtian had no choice but to be wary of the energy that erupted from the formation earlier. Don't worry. Compared to Duan Lingtian's fear, Ling Jueyun appeared to be incomparably calm. That power just now relied more on the power that was engraved in the formation that he left behind in his previous life. Although the celestial origin energy has weakened a lot after the baptism of time, it is still comparable to the celestial origin energy of a celestial king. Moreover, with the profundity from the law of water that he had fused with his celestial origin energy in his past life, even if he has the celestial origin energy of a celestial king, it's still not weak. Moreover, with his current strength, he shouldn't be able to control the formation. If the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the jade water heaven didn't attack the formation, he shouldn't have been attacked. That's just the automatic counterattack of the formation. Ling Jueyun came from an ancient clan in the world of divine offering. Although he was not an expert in formations, there was still a saying that went, one who has never eaten pork has seen a pig run. Since he was young, he had been influenced by his elders who were experts in formations. Naturally, he knew a lot about formations. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Moreover, if the secret realm he set up in his past life really restricts entry to celestial dukes, then even after he reincarnated, he won't be able to use his celestial origin energy that's stronger than a celestial duke in that secret realm. As for the profundities from the law he comprehended in his past life, he can only rely on his celestial origin energy from his past life. Now that he's reincarnated, he won't be able to use them at all. Ling Jueyun continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded. If that was the case, the threat would be much smaller. Even so, he'll still be able to control some of the formations in the secret realm. It's just that he won't be able to control the formations he set up in his past life to attack us. For this reason, we can't be careless in the secret realm he set up in his past life. Ling Jueyun's expression turned grim as he said, if I'm not mistaken, the formations he'll be able to control in the secret realm must be illusory formations. As soon as Ling Jueyun's voice rang out, swoosh, swoosh, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, An azure blue energy suddenly appeared in the void above the giant peak. This azure blue energy turned into a beam of light in the blink of an eye, standing in the void. It was particularly eye-catching. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, a silhouette appeared within the azure light beam. The shadow quickly solidified and finally turned into a young man with a medium build. This young man was dressed in blue and had an ordinary appearance. He was the type that would not stand out in a crowd. However, his eyes were like limpid autumn water, giving people a gentle feeling. His eyes were perhaps the only thing that attracted people's attention. It's him. He's finally here. He's the one who lured me here. Many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials narrowed their eyes when they saw the blue-clad young man. Their expressions darkened as well. These peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials had seen the blue-clad young man before. The blue-clad young man was the one who had invited them here to explore the secret realm that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. It's him? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ling Jueyun. He remembered Ling Jueyun had seen the person who had invited them here. It's him. Ling Jueyun nodded. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the blue-clothed young man. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, Murong Xiao Xiao's expression darkened as she looked at the blue-clad young man. She had also been lured here by the blue-clad young man. Based on the current situation, the blue-clad young man did not seem to have lured them here for the secret realm that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial emperor. He must have other motives. Hello, everyone. My name is Jiang Lan. The blue-clad young man smiled as he walked out of the blue beam of light. The beam of light shattered and disappeared as though it was never there. A transportation formation? When the blue-clad young man, Jiang Lan, appeared in the blue beam of light, Duan Lingtian had a hunch that Jiang Lan must have come here through a transportation formation. Now that the beam of light had disappeared, Duan Lingtian was even more certain of his suspicions. Why did you lure us here? A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Aurora heaven stepped forward and glared at Jiang Lan with a grim expression on his face. Didn't I tell you when I invited you here? I invited you here to explore the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. Jiang Lan's smile remained unchanged. Is it necessary to invite so many people to explore the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor? Another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Qing Xian heaven asked in a deep voice. Achem? Before Jiang Lan could respond to the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial from Qing Xiantian, he seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance. His eyes narrowed into slits as a sinister smile appeared on his face. At this moment, all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials on the mountain peak were looking at Jiang Lan. When Jiang Lan suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance, the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials followed his gaze out of curiosity. Duan Lingtian also looked in the direction of Jiang Lan's gaze. However, when Duan Lingtian looked into the distance, he saw nothing but silence. He was puzzled. What's Jiang Lan looking at? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened as soon as this thought appeared in his mind. It was because in the distant sky, the originally complete expanse of white clouds and mist suddenly seemed to have been split apart by a dozen rapidly flashing saber lights, and then quickly dissipated, revealing the azure blue sky. Someone's here? Although Duan Lingtian did not see anything, it was not difficult for him to guess that someone was here. Based on the speed of the person, it was obvious that the person was not a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial like them. No matter how strong a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial was, Duan Lingtian was confident he could track the person's movements. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Just when everyone was attracted by the clouds and mist in the distant sky that dispersed, more than 10 ghostly figures appeared successively in the sky above the gigantic peak. Only when they appeared did Duan Lingtian and the others see them clearly. There were old men, old women, middle-aged men, beautiful women, and young men among the dozen ghostly figures. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After the first dozen ghostly figures appeared, more and more ghostly figures appeared. The number of ghostly figures continued to increase until there were more than 500 ghostly figures in the sky above the mountain peak. From the moment the first person appeared until the last person appeared, only a dozen breaths had passed. "You're Jiang Lan, right?" A young man dressed in brocade robes stepped out of the crowd and looked at Jiang Lan with a sneer on his face. "Now that my master is here, it's best if you tell me the truth. Why did you trick me into coming here?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the young man's words. It seemed like one of the powerhouses who had just arrived was the young man's master. As for the remaining people, they were clearly the elders of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Not only did they come to the Jade Emperor Heaven's equal heaven territory, but they had also brought their elders with them. "Your master." Looking at the young man in embroidered clothes who walked out of the crowd and shouted at him, the evil smile on Jiang Lan's face became even more intense. "If I remember correctly." Chapter 3091. Upon hearing Jiang Lan's words, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Ling Jueyun. Ling Jueyun nodded. It was clear Jiang Lan had told Ling Jueyun the same thing as well. As for Ling Jueyun telling him about the immortal Emperor Mystic Realm, it was Jiang Lan who asked Ling Jueyun to pass on the message. "That day, you agreed to it, right?" Not far away, Jiang Lan stood in the air and took a deep look at the young man in brocade. "So what?" The young man sneered. "Although you're stronger than me, my master is here. What can you do to me? You're just a puny overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How dare you ask me, Yuan Zheng, to keep my promise? What a joke. It seems like you think I can't do anything to you because your master is here." Jiang Lan took a deep look at the young man in brocade. "Yuan Zheng. My master is an 8 trigrams celestial king. Do you really think you can do anything to me under the watch of an 8 trigrams celestial king?" Yuan Zheng sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Jiang Lan. "This Yuan Zheng is going to be in trouble." Ling Jueyun said to Duan Lingtian in a voice that only Duan Lingtian could hear. "Didn't you say that the formation contains his celestial origin energy from his past life and is no longer as strong as it used to be?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "Even so, the formation isn't something a celestial lord can break. Don't forget that he was a celestial emperor in his past life," Ling Jueyun said. As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, Jiang Lan raised his head and looked at the hundreds of people in the sky. He pointed at the brocade-robed young man and asked calmly, "Who's his master?" As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, a middle-aged man dressed in a loose robe stepped forward. He snorted and looked at Jiang Lan mockingly. "What? Brat, are you really going to attack my disciple in front of me? 8 trigrams immortal king." When the middle-aged man stepped forward, the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to him. Earlier, Yuan Zheng had said that his master was the 8 trigrams celestial king. This middle-aged man was Yuan Zheng's master. "I didn't think that so many people would go back on their word and bring their elders here. If I had known earlier, I would have told my teacher about this matter and asked him to come with me. It seems that sometimes, it's useless to keep promises. Now, if the elders were here, why would we be in such a passive situation? So many people have brought their elders here. I only hope that this time, we can borrow their strength to leave this place." Many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials whispered among themselves. They regretted not keeping their promise to Jiang Lan and not bringing their elders along. "That's exactly my intention." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the corners of Jiang Lan's mouth curled up into a cold smile as he stared at him. His eyes narrowed as killing intent flashed across them. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he had already made his move. Whoosh! Voila! The sound of rushing water could be heard. An azure light surged around Jiang Lan's body, wrapping around his body like flowing water. It brought him quickly and rushed towards Yuan Zheng. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that no one could react in time. "You're seeking death." By the time Yuan Zheng's master, the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes, was the first to react, Jiang Lan had already arrived in front of Yuan Zheng. His fist whistled through the air, carrying with it an azure energy that was like a roaring water dragon. As soon as the water dragon appeared, Yuan Zheng regained his senses. He hastily activated his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Bursts of earthy yellow light shrouded the silhouette of a suit of armor that had appeared on his body. Clearly, Yuan Zheng had comprehended the law of earth. When Yuan Zheng's attack landed on the armor shadow, the yellow light around the armor shadow condensed into many talisman-like objects. These talisman-like objects were completely condensed from the yellow light, and they revolved around the armor shadow. Tens of thousands of talismans surrounded the silhouette of the armor, forming a peculiar combination. It felt like a defensive formation. At this moment, the silhouette of the armor that was surrounded by the talismans seemed invincible. It's the defense profundity from the law of earth. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted when he saw the profundity from the law of earth that Yuan Zheng had hurriedly cast. The defense profundity was one of the main defensive profundities from the law of earth. In terms of defense, it was not inferior to the crystal wall profundity, the other main defensive profundity from the law of earth. Moreover, it was more flexible. It was as though a defensive formation had formed around one's body. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as Jianglan's attack landed on the silhouette of the armor that had appeared on Yuan Zheng's body. The impact caused the tens of thousands of earthy yellow talismans around the silhouette of the armor to tremble. However, while the water dragon was weakened, the tens of thousands of talismans around the silhouette of the armor were not destroyed. No matter how brilliant your combat skills are, it's useless if you can't break through my defense. Last time, when we sparred, even though I didn't have the ability to retaliate, you weren't able to break through my defense either. Yuan Zheng, who was protected by the silhouette of the armor, looked at Jianglan with a mocking smile. What? Could it be that you think you can break through my defense this time? What a joke! When he saw this, the luxuriously dressed middle-aged man who was about to make a move in the sky did not make a move in the end. He was very confident in his personal disciple's defenses. Jianglan was like his personal disciple, who had only comprehended 2 profundities from the same law. Even if Jianglan had comprehended 3 profundities, he would only be able to injure his disciple for a short period of time. It was impossible for him to kill his disciple in a short period of time. What a strong defense! So this is the defense profundity from the law of earth. The defense profundity is the main defensive profundity from the law of earth. With Yuan Zheng's cultivation base and his defensive king-grade celestial weapon, he can cast the earth elemental profundity and the defense profundity. Even a person who has comprehended 3 profundities from a law won't be able to kill him in a short time with a king-grade celestial weapon. I've fought with Jianglan before. He has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. I've also fought with him before. Indeed, he has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. If that's the case, he won't be able to break through Yuan Zheng's defenses, let alone kill him. Many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials discussed among themselves. They were amazed by the strength of Yuan Zheng's defenses. At the same time, they mentioned that Jianglan had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. 2 profundities from the law of water? A small group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials frowned as they looked at Jianglan. Didn't Jianglan comprehend 3 profundities from the law of water? A moment later, they had another guess. It seems like Jianglan had hidden his strength when he fought with them. These peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who knew Jianglan had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of water were all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials with monstrous comprehension abilities. They were not even 200 years old, but they had already comprehended 3 profundities from a law. They had sparred with Jianglan before, so they knew Jianglan had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of water. Of course, without exception, they were all defeated by Jianglan. Do you really think this is all I've got? Just as everyone's attention was on Jianglan and Yuan Zheng was looking at Jianglan with disdain, Jianglan's expression was still calm. He took a deep look at Yuan Zheng, and the evil smile on his face became even more brilliant. Upon hearing Jianglan's words, many people's hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that Jianglan was concealing his strength? You're just bluffing. Yuan Zheng snorted. His tone was full of disdain, but at the same time, he became even more vigilant. The yellow talismans around the shadow armor on his body moved faster and faster, protecting his entire body as if they were airtight. Swoosh! A willow leaf saber appeared in Jianglan's hand out of thin air. With a light swing of the willow leaf saber, it swept through the void, bringing with it an azure energy that shot straight towards Yuan Zheng. Swoosh! The roaring azure energy once again transformed into a water dragon. Buzz! 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 As the water dragon shot out, Jianglan's lancet moved swiftly. In just a blink of an eye, Jianglan had left more than 100 slashes on the water dragon's body. After being slashed more than 100 times, the water dragon turned into hundreds of water splashes in the air. Water splashed everywhere. In the next moment, the water droplets condensed into water droplets in the air. Following that, the countless water droplets rained down on Yuan Zheng like a torrential storm. When the countless water droplets rushed towards Yuan Zheng like a storm, the lancet was covered with a layer of blue light. It caught up with the water droplets behind the water droplets and cut through them one by one. Moreover, every cut of the blade cut the water droplets into two. Whoosh! 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 In the process of the lancet cutting the water droplets, the azure light on it grew even more intense. In the end, it was as if this resplendent saber was the only thing left in the world. The saber force was formed, intimidating all directions. Stop! Just as Jianglan's saber force had completely condensed and the stunning saber slashed toward Yuan Zheng, giving off the feeling that this saber strike could easily kill Yuan Zheng's master, the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes, finally made his move after shouting. Boom! 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 The 8 trigrams Immortal King attacked like a bolt of lightning. However, in midair, he was blocked by the array formation that appeared again. The translucent light barrier was as solid as a rock. Even the 8 trigrams Immortal King was unable to break it. This array formation, what kind of array formation is this? Chapter 3092. When Yuan Zheng's master made his move, Jianglan's saber had already arrived in front of Yuan Zheng. Whiz! The saber seemed to be able to tear the void apart as it emitted a dazzling blue light. However, when the saber came into contact with Yuan Zheng's armor, it seemed to have transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe as it sliced through the armor. At this moment, the talismans that were entwined around the shadow of the armor were directly cut into pieces as if they were made of paper. No! Yuan Zheng, who had been brimming with confidence, cried out in despair as soon as his defenses were destroyed. It was a heart-wrenching cry that was filled with despair. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials felt their scalps go numb when they heard it. Spurt! A soft sound rang in the air as Yuan Zheng's body was sliced into two. The dazzling saber had killed Yuan Zheng in just a blink of an eye. Gasp! 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 Gasps rang in the air as the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials turned to look at Jianglan as though they had seen a ghost. Barf! Meanwhile, the luxuriously dressed middle-aged man, Yuan Zheng's master, who was attacking the formation that shrouded the huge mountain, was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His body swayed unsteadily as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who are you? The luxuriously dressed middle-aged man trembled as he looked down at Jianglan with a fearful expression on his pale face. If he still could not tell Jianglan was not a simple person, he would have lived in vain for so many years. When Jianglan killed his direct disciple, he had cast 4 profundities from the law of water, including the water elemental profundity, the fundamental profundity of the law of water. Jianglan. He's not even 100 years old. Just as the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was looking at Jianglan with a solemn expression, the gaze of an old man not far from him that was looking down at Jianglan suddenly froze, and he could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Not even 100 years old? Hearing the old man's words, the 500-plus experts in the air, including the middle-aged man, all extended their divine senses. Only now did they realize that as long as their divine sense did not contain any offensive power, they could still easily pass through the formation that enveloped the giant peak. When their divine senses landed on Jianglan's body, it was not difficult to detect that Jianglan was not even 100 years old. As expected, he is not even 100 years old. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. No matter how high a celestial's innate talent is, one would need to join a top force in a Devata realm to be able to reach such a level at such a young age, right? This Jianglan should be a reincarnated immortal. When the elders brought by the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials looked at Jianglan again, they began to discuss among themselves. Many of them were certain Jianglan was a reincarnated celestial. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such achievements at such a young age. In their opinion, it was possible that Jianglan was from a top force in a Devata realm. However, they felt it was less likely that Jianglan was a reincarnated celestial. After all, if Jianglan was from a top force in a Devata realm, he would be a prodigy of that force. There was no need for him to protect himself in such a manner. The formation that enveloped the giant peak was, without a doubt, Jianglan's protection. Even an 8-trigram celestial king was severely injured by the formation. Jianglan hid his strength when we sparred. At that time, he only used 2 profundities from the law of water. However, the elders said he has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was standing on the giant peak looked at Jianglan in shock and disbelief. He hid his strength when we sparred. At that time, I was shocked that he managed to comprehend 2 profundities from the law of water even though he's not even 100 years old. It seems like I've underestimated him. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water even though he's not even 100 years old. Before today, I've never heard of anyone who could achieve this at such a young age. It seems like Jianglan is really a reincarnated celestial. When the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials looked at Jianglan again, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They did not expect Jianglan to have such a monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability. Originally, I thought I was already considered a genius for comprehending 3 profundities from the law of metal before the age of 200. But now, in front of Jianglan, my little bit of comprehension is not even worth mentioning. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of metal said mockingly, Jianglan has the most monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability I've ever seen in my life. Since he's able to achieve this at such a young age, he must have been an extraordinary celestial in his past life. Was he a celestial lord in his past life? Or was he a celestial emperor? Celestial emperor? That's impossible. After witnessing Jianglan's strength, the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials on the mountain peak became even more fearful of him. I didn't expect Jianglan to have comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. Duan Lingtian sighed. It's normal. After all, he's the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. He must have comprehended the law of water in his past life as well. Since he has comprehended the law of water in this life, he must be like a fish in water with his memories and experience from his past life. Ling Jueyun said. Is there anyone else who has broken their promise and brought their seniors here? Jianglan said as he looked at the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, with a sinister smile on his face. However, no one responded to his question. What a joke! If anyone dared to speak up at this moment, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Everyone, I can't break the formation on my own. However, if we join forces, we might be able to break it. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stood high up in the sky. His gaze swept across the group of people beside him, and his expression was slightly ferocious. Now, my disciple has already been killed. This person definitely doesn't have good intentions for gathering your juniors here. Could it be that you're willing to just watch your juniors fall into a calamity? Although the middle-aged man's disciple was dead, he had no intention of letting the matter rest. He wanted to borrow the strength of the other powerhouses to break the formation and kill Jianglan. As soon as the middle-aged man in luxurious robes spoke, the eyes of the 500 powerhouses lit up. Although there were no celestial lords among the 500 powerhouses, all of them were celestial kings. Some of them were even 9 palaces celestial kings. Chem. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the middle-aged man's words. If these powerhouses joined forces to break the formation that enveloped the mountain peak might not be able to withstand their attacks. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at Jiang Lan. It's too late for you to think of this now. I'll take your juniors with me. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian looked at Jiang Lan glanced at the finely dressed middle-aged man indifferently and smirked coldly. He raised his hand that was not holding the saber and made a series of hand seals in the air. It looked very mysterious and unpredictable. This is bad. Everyone, let's attack together. High up in the sky, when the group of immortal kings saw Jiang Lan's actions, they could tell that Jiang Lan was controlling the array formation. Moreover, from Jiang Lan's words, it was not difficult to guess that he was controlling the teleportation array formation. Instantly, the expressions of the group of experts changed. At the next moment, a 5-colored energy gushed forth from the 500-plus immortal kings, incomparably vast, enveloping the mountain peak, as though it could destroy everything. Boom! 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 Just as the formation that enveloped the mountain peak appeared again, a white light shone from the top of the mountain peak and shrouded all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the transportation formation at the top of the mountain peak will definitely send us to the place Jiang Lan set up in his past life. Once we're there, we'll have to face all kinds of illusory formations. If you ask Sister Huang for help, it won't be difficult for her to see through those formations. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials on the mountain peak disappeared as the white light faded away. Only one figure remained on the mountain peak. It was none other than Jiang Lan who had activated the transportation formation earlier. At this moment, cracks could be seen on the translucent light shield above the mountain peak. It was clear it could not hold on for much longer. Before the formation that enveloped the mountain peak was about to be destroyed, Jiang Lan glanced at the group of celestial kings who had attacked him and said arrogantly, "If it weren't for the fact that the formation I set up in my past life has weakened over the past 100 years, you puny celestial kings wouldn't have been able to destroy it even if you joined forces. However, I still have to thank all of you for nurturing such an outstanding group of juniors. With them sacrificing themselves to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, I'll have a higher chance of obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruit." Ha 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 ha. Jiang Lan's figure gradually faded away as he laughed. Then, just like the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Duan Lingtian disappeared from sight as well. As soon as Jiang Lan's figure disappeared, the formation that enveloped the mountain peak was finally destroyed by the joint forces of more than 500 celestial kings. However, even though they'd broken through the formation, the expressions of the group of celestial kings were extremely unsightly. Besides that, their eyes revealed waves of shock and terror. That formation was set up by Jiang Lan in his past life. Moreover, the formation was not maintained even after 100 years. Chapter 3093. It was common knowledge that a formation located in an unsealed space would gradually weaken with the passage of time. This was the case regardless of whether it relied on the celestial origin energy or celestial crystals. The celestial origin energy of a formation set up in the outside world would gradually deplete as time passed. This was because there would be living beings that would trigger the formation and deplete the celestial origin energy contained in the formation. It was the same for a formation set up in the outside world that relied on celestial crystals. For this reason, the group of celestial kings was shocked when they learned that the formation they had destroyed was set up by Jiang Lan in his past life. What did it mean to be 100 years old? A formation set up 100 years ago is still so powerful today. How many celestial crystals would be needed to set it up? Although I'm not an expert in formations, I know a thing or two about formations. The formation we destroyed earlier wasn't set up with celestial crystals at all. Instead, It was set up with materials that could contain celestial origin energy. A formation set up with celestial origin energy without any maintenance even after 100 years. How strong is the person who set up the formation? Even if it's a formation set up by a 10 directions celestial lord with all his might, it's impossible for it to be so powerful after 100 years. In other words, Jianglan was most likely a celestial emperor in his past life. After extending their divine senses, they were unable to find any traces of Jianglan and their juniors. The group of immortal kings discussed animatedly, and they unanimously came to a conclusion. Jianglan was a celestial emperor in his past life. A celestial emperor. To the celestial kings present on the scene, celestial emperors were legendary existences. After all, the strongest celestial lords they had ever encountered were only celestial lords. Moreover, they were not even celestial lords. It makes sense if Jianglan was a celestial emperor in his past life. Only a celestial emperor would be able to set up such a formation. Didn't Jianglan mention the heaven sacrificial divine fruit earlier? Do you know what the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is? I've never heard of it. What's that? After confirming that Jianglan was a celestial emperor in his past life, the group of celestial kings recalled the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that Jianglan had mentioned earlier. Moreover, Jianglan had gone to great lengths to set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit for their juniors to be sacrificed. Alas, they knew nothing about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, not all of these celestial kings knew about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit were unaware of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Some who had heard of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had heard the heaven sacrificial divine fruit earlier. Had a heaven sacrificial divine fruit was a fruit. Jianglan was a celestial emperor in his past life. Their juniors was a celestial realm fruit. Had their juniors past heaven Jiang past heaven past their juniors they were descendants celestial ul past were they their juniors they past heaven was a past heaven past their past heaven was a there had past heavens there was there the was were be were they were. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is a heaven-defying celestial fruit in the Devata realms. An immortal king who knew about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was the first to regain his senses. When he heard the group of immortal kings asking about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he explained with an unsightly expression. He explained, only celestial dukes and below can consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Once consumed, one's cultivation base will be raised by an entire realm. Generally speaking, it's best for peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial will become a 10 directions celestial duke who's very close to becoming a 1 basic celestial king. Upon hearing the celestial king's words, the celestial kings who had never heard of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit were stunned. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit could raise one's cultivation base by 1 stage. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial would become a 10 directions celestial duke after consuming it. Heavens! How can such a heaven-defying celestial fruit exist in this world? If that's true, it's no wonder the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is called a divine fruit. What else could it be if it's not a divine fruit? Although it can only be consumed by celestial dukes and below, it doesn't affect its heaven-defying effects at all. This is my first time hearing of such a heaven-defying treasure. Generally speaking, the more effective a celestial fruit is, the harder it is to bear fruit. I'm afraid it's almost impossible to bear fruit with such a heaven-defying celestial fruit. The group of celestial kings turned to look at the celestial king who knew about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, eager to learn more about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Earlier, all of you heard Jianglan say that he wants our juniors to sacrifice the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Facing the curious gazes of the group of immortal kings, the immortal king continued. In order for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to bear fruit, 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials will have to be sacrificed. Once 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials die in front of the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, Their bodies and souls will be absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The celestial king's expression was unsightly when he spoke. His direct disciple had also been taken away by Jiang Lan. Based on the current situation, it was almost certain that his direct disciple would die. What? 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials? Isn't that a little too much? Isn't the price too high? How can Jiang Lan be so heartless? That's 10,000 lives we're talking about. When they heard the words of that immortal king expert, the group of immortal kings all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their expressions changed drastically as they realized that their juniors would definitely die. At the same time, they couldn't help but curse Jiang Lan for being crazy. Even so, the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is only 10%. At this moment, another celestial king who was familiar with the heaven sacrificial divine fruit said in a low voice, in other words, Jiang Lan is willing to sacrifice 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials for the sake of a mere 10% success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Upon hearing the celestial king's words, the celestial kings present on the scene gasped again. 10% success rate? The deaths of 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials would still cause the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to bear fruit? Under such circumstances, the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was only 10%. Heartless. Heartless. Isn't Jiang Lan afraid of being punished by the heavens? To think that he was a celestial emperor in his past life. How can he be so heartless? I curse him to be killed before he can become a celestial king in this life. It seems like Jiang Lan is a celestial emperor. Generally speaking, those who set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit are all celestial emperors. Moreover, they set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit so that they can take a shortcut without any side effects after they reincarnate. Does that mean, my disciple is doomed to die this time? At this moment, the expressions of the celestial kings were as unsightly as they could be. The only person who seemed to be in a better mood was Yuan Zheng's master, an 8-trigram celestial king, who had been killed by Jiang Lan earlier. When his disciple, Yuan Zheng, was killed, he was furious. But now, when he found out that the juniors of the immortal kings present were taken away by Jiang Lan and were destined to die, he couldn't help but feel a little more balanced in his heart. Kai. Immortal message talismans were sent out from the hands of the immortal kings. Without exception, all of them were immortal kings from the Jade Emperor Heaven. They had crushed the communication celestial talismans to inform the leaders of their respective forces about the reincarnated celestial emperor who had set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Moreover, the reincarnated celestial emperor had tricked the outstanding disciples of their respective forces into entering the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Gradually, more and more people learned about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's plot in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Since communication celestial talismans could not be used across Devata realms, the people from the other Devata realms could only spread the news after they had returned to their respective Devata realms. None of the 500 celestial kings bothered to look for their juniors. After all, they knew it was impossible for them to find their juniors. The plot in the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's plot had to be a secret realm created by a celestial emperor. Even celestial lords would not be able to find it, let alone them. As the news spread, the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the Clearwater Heaven, the Azure Profound Heaven, and the Aurora Heaven were shocked by the news of Jiang Lan, a reincarnated celestial emperor, obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruit 10% success rate. Will Jiang Lan be able to make the heaven sacrificial divine fruit bear fruit? I don't think so. Generally speaking, those who set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's plot in the history of the Devata realms are all bold and daring. If Jiang Lan successfully makes the heaven sacrificial divine fruit bear fruit and consumes it, he'll definitely become a peerless figure in the future. Isn't such an action a little too deranged? Only the fittest will survive. This is how cruel heaven and earth are. Many people from the 5 Devata realms were paying attention to Jiang Lan's plot in the heaven sacrificial divine fruits plot. However, they knew they would not know if Jiang Lan would be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in the future. The only thing they were certain of was that those who were tricked by Jiang Lan into sacrificing the heaven sacrificial divine fruit were doomed to die. Chapter 3094. Is this the place where Jiang Lan set up his trap in his previous life? When light returned to his eyes, Duan Lingtian found himself in a cave abode that was not very spacious. The cave abode was surrounded by stone walls. There were no doors or passageways. It was a completely sealed place. Huang With just a thought, Duan Lingtian contacted Huang the artifact soul of the Devata artifact in his body. Earlier, Ling Juyun told me you can help me see through the illusory formation. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in his body, Huang did not even have the time to respond. Before Huang could respond, the Chaos Divine Earth said in its childish voice, "Lad, why do you need Huang help to see through this illusory formation? I can easily see through it for you." A hint of pride could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's voice when it spoke. "You have such an ability." Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Of course. While Duan Lingtian was taken aback, the Chaos Divine Earth became even more smug. Its childish voice rose a few octaves. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to identify the profound divine metal's voice as well. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a surge of energy from the profound divine metal in his body. It surged toward his eyes and covered the surface of his eyes. Instantly, a layer of golden light appeared on the surface of Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as though he had fiery golden eyes. The golden light only lasted for a moment before it merged with Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as though it had never appeared. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian discovered that the scenery in front of him had changed drastically. He found himself in a huge cave abode. There was a floating island in the middle of the cave abode with a towering tree planted on it. This towering tree was different from an ordinary tree. Its entire body was blood-red in color. Not only was its trunk and branches a blood-red color, even its leaves were blood-red in color. Moreover, there seemed to be many blood-colored lightning-like blood gang entwining around its trunk. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were at the peak of the mountain had all appeared. The figures of Ling Jueyun, Murong Xiao Xiao, and Lin Fei Yang soon entered his sight. Apart from Ling Juyun, who remained motionless and didn't look around, everyone else was looking around as if they couldn't see the people around them. It would appear that each and every one of them has fallen into an individual illusion. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see this. Before the profound divine metal struck, he had appeared in a cave dwelling that was not very spacious. In that cave, there was no one else besides him. It was obviously an illusion that belonged to him alone. "Profound divine metal, why are you trying to ruin my plan?" The Chaos Divine Earth's voice sounded slightly exasperated. It was obvious that it was not the profound divine metal. Earlier, it had been feeling smug that Duan Lingtian had seen through the illusory formation. However, before it could do anything, the profound divine metal had taken the initiative to strike first. "It's just a small trick. I can't believe you dilly-dally for so long. I can't stand it anymore. Stop it," the profound divine metal said indifferently. "Chaos Divine Earth, it seems like you're not the only one who can see through the illusory formation. Senior Profound Divine Metal can do the same as well. Perhaps, Senior Chaos Divine Flame can do the same as well," Duan Lingtian said to the Chaos Divine Earth with a laugh. This time, the Chaos Divine Earth did not respond to Duan Lingtian. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that the Chaos Divine Earth must be feeling frustrated that the profound divine metal had ruined its chance to show off. After spending some time with the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian began to have a better understanding of the personalities of the 3 divine elements who had gained sentience. Among them, the Chaos Divine Flame was more mature, like an experienced elder. The profound divine metal, on the other hand, was more mature. It would occasionally toy with the Chaos Divine Earth. As for the Chaos Divine Earth, it was more like a child. Although it was not inferior to the profound divine metal or the Chaos Divine Flame, it was not as mature as the 2 divine elements. "Duan Lingtian, don't act rashly. Don't reveal that you've seen through the illusory formation. If someone attacks you, you must retaliate and kill them. Of course, if you have a royal-grade celestial weapon, feel free to use it. Ling Jueyun's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. However, don't use a celestial weapon that's at the emperor grade or above. Otherwise, Jianglan will be wary of you. Once he's wary, it'll be difficult for us to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from him. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian knew that Ling Jueyun must have seen through the illusory formation with the help of his divine weapon's soul. As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, whoosh, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. A young man in blue appeared in front of him and attacked him directly. Thunder and lightning raged, interweaving into a thunder net to envelop him. The law of thunder. Based on the blue-clad young man's technique, Duan Lingtian could tell the blue-clad young man had comprehended the law of thunder. Boom! Boom! The profundity from the law of thunder was combined with his celestial origin energy. With the help of a king-grade celestial weapon, the profundity from the law of thunder shot out in a deafening manner. Duan Lingtian carefully looked into the eyes of the blue-clothed young man and noticed that the blue-clothed young man was staring at him with a cold light. It was as if the blue-clothed young man was his prey and would not stop until he killed Duan Lingtian. He has comprehended two profundities from the law of thunder. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes in the face of the young man's ferocious attack. He raised his hand and a ring with 9 water chestnuts appeared in his hand. Then, he cast two profundities from the law of fire, the fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity. In just one move, Duan Lingtian's attack overpowered the young man's attack. Although Duan Lingtian's profundities were on par with the blue-clad young man's, his royal-grade celestial weapon completely overpowered the blue-clad young man's king-grade celestial weapon. In just 2 moves, he had killed the blue-clad young man. No. Before the blue-clothed youth died, he let out a mournful cry. Before he died, his eyes were glued to the 9-pointed ring in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was clear he had seen how extraordinary Duan Lingtian's celestial weapon was. The celestial weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand was the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystic Yang 9 water chestnut ring. It was the royal-grade celestial weapon that Brother Pei had given him when he was still in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory. However, Brother Pei had not come to take it back. As soon as Duan Lingtian killed the young man, a voice rang in the air. Interesting. I think he's the Duan Lingtian whom I asked Ling Jueyun to pass a message to. He's from the profound nether mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Southern Heaven Territory. A figure sat cross-legged on a towering tree on the floating island in the middle of a huge cave that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a meaningful smile on his face. This person was none other than Jianglan. At some point, Jianglan had arrived after Duan Lingtian and the others. Although there were tens of thousands of people in front of Jianglan, they would not be able to see him. Similarly, they would not be able to see the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree that he planted in his past life. Swoosh, swoosh. After the blue-clad young man died, his body rapidly withered. At the same time, a vast amount of blood energy and soul fire surged out of his body toward the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree in the middle of the cave. In the next moment, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. It swallowed the blood and soul left behind by the blue-clothed young man in a single gulp, causing the luster on the tree to become even deeper. The blue-clad young man was the first to die among the tens of thousands of people in the cave. After him, a few more people died in succession. They were all people who had only comprehended 2 profundities of laws. They had all died at the hands of people who had comprehended 3 profundities of laws. The people here were all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their strength depended on their profundities from a law. After all, 99% of their celestial weapons were king-grade celestial weapons. It was almost impossible for them to possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. For this reason, Jianglan was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian using a royal-grade celestial weapon. However, that was the extent of his surprise. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, Even Jianglan had obtained the Emperor-grade celestial weapon from his previous life. A mere royal-grade celestial weapon was nothing to him. He did not care about it at all. Ling Jueyun is truly a monster. Jianglan's eyes soon landed on a grey-clad young man. The grey-clad young man had just killed his opponent, and his opponent had become nutrients for the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit tree. He has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of death. Just like Duan Lingtian and I, he's not even 100 years old. His comprehension ability is heaven-defying. Although Jianglan was not even 100 years old, he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. However, he knew this was because he was a reincarnated celestial emperor. On the other hand, Ling Jueyun was not a reincarnated celestial. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, Jianglan could tell this was not the case. For this reason, Jianglan was shocked by Ling Jueyun's achievements. Even in his past life, he had never seen anyone who was not a reincarnated celestial who was younger than 100 years old. If Ling Jueyun survives until the end, I can consider giving him a heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, there will be 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits, and I only need to consume one of them. However, the prerequisite is that he's willing to let me brand his soul with an enslavement mark so that he'll submit to me. Chapter 3095. In the Devata realms, a celestial could plant an enslavement mark on another celestial's soul as long as the other celestial was willing. Once the enslavement mark was planted, the celestial would have to obey the former. If the celestial dared to disobey, the former could easily turn the celestial into ashes with just a thought. Naturally, if a celestial wanted to plant an enslavement mark on another celestial's soul, the celestial's soul could only be on par with or weaker than the celestial. Currently, Jianglan was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and Ling Jueyun was also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As long as Ling Jueyun was willing, he could plant an enslavement mark on Ling Jueyun's soul. However, the current Jianglan didn't know that. He was a reincarnated celestial emperor while Ling Jueyun was not a reincarnated celestial. However, Ling Jueyun's background was much more prominent than his identity as a reincarnated celestial emperor. It was almost impossible for him to make Ling Jueyun the servant of a reincarnated celestial emperor. Jianglan sat cross-legged above the towering tree on the floating island in the middle of the spacious cave abode as he indifferently watched the battles taking place before him. One by one, peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials died. Their blood and souls were absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and turned into nutrients for the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was gradually changing during this process. Initially, only the blood-red color on the tree trunk had deepened. However, after a while, more tree trunks grew from the tree trunk with blood-red leaves that looked as though they were dyed in blood. The tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit grew even more luxuriant. The battles in the cave abode were one-on-one battles. This was because Jianglan's plan in his past life was to allow those who entered to fight each other one-on-one until only one person was left. Then, in this life, he would kill the last person as a sacrifice to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. You overestimate yourself. The ring in Duan Lingtian's hand brought out an expanse of dazzling flames, and the flames swept out and killed a middle-aged man. Then, the middle-aged man's blood, chi and soul were absorbed by the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Facing this scene, Duan Lingtian had long since become numb. That was because it was not only those who were killed by him that would end up like this. Even those who were killed by others would end up like this. However, he was indifferent to everything around him, and there was neither joy nor sorrow. The reason why these people appeared here was none other than because they were driven by their own interests. Although it was sad, it was not pitiful. If it weren't for Huang and the 5 divine elements, I'm afraid I would have ended up like them, becoming nutrients for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. After killing the middle-aged man and waiting for the next opponent, Duan Lingtian stole a glance at the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. As for Jianglan, who was sitting cross-legged above the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree, he had long noticed him. Therefore, he became even more vigilant and did not dare to reveal anything. If Jianglan were to find out that he was not bewitched by the illusion array formation, he would definitely be extremely fearful of him. If that was the case, it would be much more difficult for him to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit if it bore fruit. A reincarnated celestial emperor attacking when he was prepared and when he was unprepared were two completely different concepts. Swoosh! As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, another figure appeared in front of him. It was a young man dressed in a green robe. He stared at Duan Lingtian with killing intent in his eyes as he attacked. The green-robed young man had comprehended two profundities from the law of water. As soon as he made his move, a series of attacks surged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was trying to extinguish the flames rising from Duan Lingtian's body. Buzz! 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 However, although the green-robed young man's attack was swift and fierce, the flame energy from the ring in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to be even more powerful. It directly cut open the flowing water, and wherever it came into contact with the flowing water, it even caused the flowing water to evaporate into white mist. No! The green-robed young man cried out in agony as he died in Duan Lingtian's hands. He had not seen Duan Lingtian in action before. Otherwise, he would not have dared to make a move against Duan Lingtian. After all, he knew Duan Lingtian had killed many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended two profundities from a law. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had only used the law of fire's fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity. However, with the royal grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, he was able to easily kill his opponents. This was because his opponents were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, who had only comprehended two profundities from a law. He had not encountered any stronger peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. If he encountered a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended three profundities from a law, with his current strength, he would only be able to tie with his opponent. Moreover, his opponent only had a king-grade celestial weapon while he was using the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. It seems like Ling Jueyun is planning to hide his bloodline power and the emperor-grade celestial weapons and divine weapons. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ling Jueyun. He saw Ling Jueyun had only used three profundities from the law of death. He did not use any other profundities, including the god of death's scythe profundity. Even so, his opponents did not last long against him. Most of them were instantly killed by him. The law of death is one of the four supreme laws. Even peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended three profundities from a law other than the four supreme laws aren't a match for Ling Jueyun. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As time passed, the number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the cave gradually dwindled. Initially, there were more than 10,000 of them. However, after half a day, there were only slightly more than 1,000 of them left. Murong Xiao Xiao's luck is not bad. Up until now, she hasn't encountered anyone who has comprehended three profundities from a law. Naturally, the people she has encountered who have comprehended two profundities from a law have not even begun to comprehend the third profundity. After killing another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Lingtian discreetly glanced at Murong Xiao Xiao in the distance. He was surprised to see that Murong Xiao Xiao was still alive, albeit in a slightly wretched state. However, her opponent was even more wretched than her. Moreover, he was not as strong as her, so he was killed by her. There's still Lin Fei Yang. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Lin Fei Yang. Up until now, Lin Fei Yang had only displayed two profundities from the law of water and one profundity from the law of water that he had just comprehended. However, Duan Lingtian had a feeling Lin Fei Yang might not have displayed his full strength. After all, Lin Fei Yang was favored by the second form of the world-cleansing divine water when he was still in his mother's womb. Such a person's comprehension of the law of water was heaven-defying. It was impossible for him to have only comprehended two profundities from the law of water. It seems like I'll be able to see Lin Fei Yang's true strength in this battle. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon after, Lin Fei Yang's new opponent appeared. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. Duan Lingtian had noticed this black-clad middle-aged man before this. He knew this black-clad middle-aged man had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and was extremely powerful. His previous opponents had only comprehended 2 profundities from a law, but they were all easily killed by this black-clad middle-aged man. This time, the black-clad middle-aged man's opponent was Lin Fei Yang. If Lin Fei Yang isn't concealing his strength, he'll definitely die in this battle. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. If he dies, the second form of the world-cleansing divine water in his body will become ownerless. At that time, the second form of the world-cleansing divine water that's still in a deep slumber will be exposed to the world. Under such circumstances, I won't be able to retrieve the world-cleansing divine water. After all, if I try to retrieve it, Jianglan will definitely discover that I'm not bewitched by the illusory formation. Although Jianglan might not recognize the world-cleansing divine water, he's still someone who has comprehended the law of water. Even if he doesn't recognize the world-cleansing divine water, he'll definitely be able to discover its extraordinariness and retrieve it. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel anxious when he thought about this. If it was possible, he would rather obtain the world-cleansing divine water after Lin Fei Yang's death. That way, he would be able to gather all 5 divine elements. That would definitely be a great help to him in the future. Currently, he only had slightly more than 900 years left. He had to take a different path than ordinary people in order to save Ke and his family and friends from the Divine Offering Land after the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms reopened. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun seemed to have it easy. Meanwhile, Jianglan, who was sitting cross-legged above the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, looked at Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun with a sinister smile on his face. In the next moment, his hands began to move as though he was making a series of complicated hand seals. Achem! At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun realized their opponents had not appeared for a long time. At the same time, they instinctively glanced at Jianglan and saw what he was doing. Immediately, the two of them vaguely realized that the reason why their opponent had yet to appear was related to Jianglan's current actions. Otherwise, why would he be acting so strangely now? Previously, Jianglan had been sitting cross-legged quietly, but now, he was making a move. Duan Lingtian, Jianglan must have thought we're having it easy, so he wants to give us some tough opponents, Ling Jueyun said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I think so as well. I wonder if he'll assign you to me. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. That's for the best. If he does, we'll act as if we're evenly matched until only one person is left. Naturally, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit might bear fruit before the last person is left. Even if it doesn't bear fruit, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would have been destroyed during the process. Chapter 3096. The cave abode where the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was located was a mystic realm that Jianglan had created when he was still a celestial emperor in his previous life. Although there were many offensive and defensive formations in the cave abode, Jianglan was still unable to control them in his current life. The only thing he could control was the illusory formation in the cave abode. For example, he could control the illusory formation to deal with the people he had lured into the cave abode. Chem. Initially, Jianglan was still forming hand seals in an attempt to control the illusory formation so that Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun could fight against stronger opponents. However, a sudden fluctuation from the law of water interrupted him, causing him to stop what he was doing. At the same time, he regained control of the illusory formation. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun's opponents appeared. However, they were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had only comprehended 2 profundities from a law. Why did Jianglan suddenly stop? Ling Jueyun sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. A hint of confusion could be heard in his voice when he saw Jianglan had stopped abruptly. His attention has been drawn to Lin Fei Yang. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Lin Fei Yang, who was standing in the distance. Currently, Lin Fei Yang was facing an opponent who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind. Apart from using 2 profundities from the law of water and 1 profundity from the law of water that he had just comprehended, Lin Fei Yang had used another profundity from the law of water. Moreover, Lin Fei Yang had already comprehended this profundity to the rudimentary stage. It was not comparable to the profundity from the law of water that Duan Lingtian had just comprehended. It's just as I thought. Lin Fei Yang has been concealing his strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, he had thought Lin Fei Yang had comprehended more than 2 profundities from the law of water. After all, Lin Fei Yang was chosen by the world-cleansing divine water when he was in his mother's womb. Lin Fei Yang has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of water. Moreover, he has even comprehended the 4th profundity of the law of water. Jiang Lan's attention landed on Lin Fei Yang. A glint flashed across his eyes as he continued, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, he's also the 3rd person who's younger than 100 years old. Just like Ling Jueyun, he's not a reincarnated immortal. In my previous life, I've never come into contact with anyone who was not a reincarnated immortal but was able to achieve so much at such a young age. But in this life, I've actually met 2 of them at once. When he thought of this, Jiang Lan couldn't help but sigh. While Jiang Lan was sighing with emotion, Lin Fei Yang had gained the upper hand. After 30 moves, he killed his opponent, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind, and turned his opponent into nourishment for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial killed by Lin Fei Yang was the first peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to have comprehended 3 profundities from a law. As expected of someone who caught the eye of the 2nd form world-cleansing divine water. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw Lin Fei Yang had killed his opponent. However, he could not help but marvel at Lin Fei Yang's heaven-defying comprehension of the law of water. Not only was Lin Fei Yang not even 100 years old, but the world-cleansing divine water in his body was also only in the 2nd form. Once the world-cleansing divine water in his body evolved to the 3rd form, it would be able to help him comprehend the profundities from the law of water. At that time, his comprehension of the law of water would be even more heaven-defying. Chem. After Lin Fei Yang killed the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze as though he had sensed something. At this moment, a beautiful figure was at a disadvantage. It was none other than Murong Xiao Xiao. Murong Xiao Xiao was no longer as lucky as before. Her opponent this time was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of metal. After 3 moves, Murong Xiao Xiao was killed right under Duan Lingtian's nose. The genius disciple of the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan in the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven, had died in the Jade Emperor heaven. When Murong Xiao Xiao was killed, the soul pearl she had stored in the Murong clan shattered as well, shocking the entire Murong clan. However, no one knew how Murong Xiao Xiao had died, and no one knew where she had gone. It wasn't until news of someone searching for people to sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree in the spirit overarching heaven arrived that the people of the Murong clan could vaguely guess that Murong Xiao Xiao had also been asked to sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Naturally, this was all in the future. After Murong Xiao Xiao's death, there were only a little over 500 people left on the scene. At the same time, not only did the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree become more luxuriant, but 2 small flower buds had also appeared at the top of the tree. The flower buds were blood red, and the color was darker than the rest of the tree. They exuded a sinister aura. In order for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree to bear the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it had to bear flower buds first. Naturally, the flower buds were only the first step in the process of bearing the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Whether it would bear fruit or not depended on luck. However, based on Jiang Lan's plan in his past life, he was confident that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would bear fruit at 50%. I'll leave Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang until the end. If either of them is willing to become my slave, not only will I spare their lives, but I'll even reward them with a heaven sacrificial divine fruit after it bears fruit. Retracting his gaze from Lin Fei Yang, Jiang Lan's hands began to dance again. He continued the hand seal that he had yet to complete earlier, taking control of the psychedelic array formation in his hands. In order to leave Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang until the end, Jianglan did not want them to encounter each other. Naturally, he had also arranged a powerful opponent for Duan Lingtian. The opponent was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. The gravitational space profundity, the vibration profundity. The opponent Jianglan assigned to Duan Lingtian had cast the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity and the law of Earth's only offensive profundity, the vibration profundity, in an attempt to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was familiar with these 2 profundities from the law of Earth. He knew the principles behind them. Although he had not fully comprehended the gravitational space profundity, he had only scratched the surface. As for the vibration profundity, although he had not even scratched the surface, he had a certain understanding of its characteristics. Swoosh, swoosh. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he transformed into a ball of flames and shot through the air. His speed was not something his opponent could compare to. Although his opponent was not as fast as Duan Lingtian, he had comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Pillars formed from celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the Earth elemental profundity shot toward Duan Lingtian and formed a cage that shrouded Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's speed was rendered useless. Buzz, 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 buzz. After being trapped, Duan Lingtian hastily used his royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystic Yang 9 water chestnut ring, in an attempt to break free from the cage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt a repulsive force pressing down on his body from all directions, causing his attack to weaken slightly. At the same time, the cage began to vibrate as well. The repulsive force from the gravitational space profundity and the attack from the vibration profundity, the strength of his opponent made Duan Lingtian feel strenuous. It was difficult for him to break out of the cage. If this continues, it'll be difficult for him to defeat me. However, it'll be difficult for me to defeat him as well. It seems like I have to reveal some of my trump cards. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian raised his left hand. A ring appeared on his left hand. This ring was identical to the ring in his right hand. However, the aura it exuded was completely different. Moreover, the color of the ring was different as well. This ring was the mystic Yin 9 water chestnut ring that corresponded to the mystic Yang 9 water chestnut ring. The mystic Yin 9 water chestnut ring was also a royal-grade celestial weapon. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was free, he had taken out the mystic Yang 9 water chestnut ring and the mystic Yin 9 water chestnut ring to study them. He discovered the 2 rings could be combined perfectly in his hands. Although they were not as powerful as an emperor-grade celestial weapon, they were stronger than most royal-grade celestial weapons. Where did Duan Lingtian obtain so many royal-grade celestial weapons? Although Jianglan was not interested in royal-grade celestial weapons, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out another royal-grade celestial weapon. Among the 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials whom he had deceived, Duan Lingtian was the only one who possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he had more than one royal-grade celestial weapon. Chem. There are 2 royal-grade celestial weapons that can be combined. In the next moment, Jianglan saw Duan Lingtian joining the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons together. After that, Duan Lingtian infused his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity into the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. It should be noted that even if one possessed 2 offensive royal-grade celestial weapons at the same time, they would not be able to combine the power of the 2 weapons. For this reason, there was no difference between using 2 offensive royal-grade celestial weapons at the same time and using 1 offensive royal-grade celestial weapon. However, this was not the case with the 2 offensive royal-grade celestial weapons in Duan Lingtian's hands. When the 2 offensive royal-grade celestial weapons were combined perfectly, the power they unleashed was even stronger than most offensive royal-grade celestial weapons. In fact, it was almost on par with offensive emperor-grade celestial weapons. What a lucky lad! He actually managed to obtain 2 royal-grade celestial weapons that can be combined perfectly. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was on par with Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang, it was still not enough. Chapter 3097. When the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring were combined, the Yin and Yang energies merged perfectly. Duan Ling Tian gave a name to the ring that was in this form. It was the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring. When the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring were put together, each of the chestnuts perfectly fit together. At first glance, the two chestnuts that fit together looked like a single chestnut. For this reason, when the two were combined, the chestnut looked like 9 chestnuts. When Duan Lingtian sent his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity into the Yin-Yang 9 water chestnut ring, green and red flames appeared around the ring at the same time. Break. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as the Yin-Yang 9 water chestnut ring shot out. In the next moment, the flames of cyan and red intersecting formed a sharp flaming blade that easily broke through the repulsive force of the gravitational space profundity of the law of Earth and collided with the force of the vibration profundity of the law of Earth. Buzz. 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 The sound of a saber buzzing rang in the air as the flaming saber collided with the vibration profundity. The flaming saber shook violently for a moment. After a while, the vibration profundity could no longer suppress the flaming saber and was defeated by it. After the vibration profundity was defeated, the flaming saber shot out like a furious flaming dragon and shattered the cage around Duan Lingtian. Then, with Duan Lingtian's will, it shot toward the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. No. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth died just like Duan Lingtian's previous opponent. Duan Lingtian's previous opponent was the second person who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law to die. Boom. 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 Bang. 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 Swoosh. 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 After killing the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth, Duan Lingtian could still hear the sounds of people fighting each other. It was clear that hundreds of people were still fighting each other. They were in an independent illusion with only one opponent, and there were only 2 endings for them: either you kill your opponent, or you get killed by your opponent. However, no one wanted to be killed by their opponent, so everyone was struggling with all their might. Duan Lingtian is much stronger than Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang due to the combination of the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. If Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang fight him, they'll most likely die in his hands. In the distance, Jiang Lan's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian killing the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. However, Duan Lingtian is only so strong because of his celestial weapon. Although he's quite talented and has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire before the age of 100, he's still no match for Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. I'll just ignore him for now. I'll deal with him later. He's no threat to me since he's only strong because of his celestial weapon. With this thought in mind, Jiang Lan did not continue to compete with Duan Lingtian. He did not even arrange any opponents for Duan Lingtian. With this, Duan Lingtian was free for the time being. Under Jiang Lan's arrangement, Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang fought 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law. After a while, both of them defeated their opponents one by one. Jiang Lan was not surprised that Lin Fei Yang was able to defeat his opponent. However, he was surprised that Ling Jueyun was able to defeat his opponent. That's the first offensive profundity from the law of death, the god of death scythe profundity. When Ling Jueyun defeated his opponent, Jiang Lan saw the technique that Ling Jueyun had not used earlier. It was the first offensive profundity from the law of death, the god of death scythe profundity. Although Ling Jueyun had only comprehended a superficial level of the god of death scythe profundity, he was able to easily kill a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law of Earth. In fact, to a certain extent, his strength had already surpassed Lin Fei Yang's. Although Lin Fei Yang had comprehended the same amount of profundities as him, the law he comprehended was one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of death. Moreover, He had also come into contact with the law of death's first offensive law, the death god's scythe. If I had a choice, I'd rather Ling Jueyun allow me to brand his soul with an enslavement mark. Although Lin Fei Yang's innate talent and comprehension ability are not bad, there's still a gap between him and Ling Jueyun. Jiang Lan thought to himself as he looked at Ling Jueyun. At the same time, Jiang Lan turned to look at the remaining peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. There were more than 300 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law of earth. Similar to Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang, these peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were older than Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. All of them were close to 200 years old. The tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is about to bear fruit. Jiang Lan looked at the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and saw that the 2 buds on the tree had bloomed into 2 blood-red flowers. Every flower had 9 petals, and they were all suffused with a deep blood-red color, so red that it was almost purple. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a blood-red aura surrounding the flowers. The 2 flowers on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit were surrounded by a dense blood-red mist, and a blood-red sphere was brewing and expanding at the end of the 2 flowers. A few moments later, another dozen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were killed. Among the 300 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, many of them had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and had even comprehended the 4th profundity. These peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials could kill those who had only comprehended 3 profundities from a law but had not comprehended the 4th profundity. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the blood and souls of the dozen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the 2 blood-red flowers with 9 petals on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit began to swell and expand in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the blood-red sphere grew even larger, blood-red lightning bolts could be seen both on the outside and inside of it. They were like small snakes shuttling back and forth between the inside and outside of the sphere. I've finally reached this stage. Jiang Lan's eyes lit up when he saw the changes in the 2 flowers on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Then, he raised his hands and made another move. A set of seemingly complicated and obscure hand seals appeared at his fingertips. Following Jiang Lan's action, a huge translucent barrier of light suddenly appeared around the floating island where the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was located. It enveloped the entire floating island and the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Whoosh! In the distance, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law was killed. His blood, chi, and soul flew toward the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit just like the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, before the blood and soul of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial could reach the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it was blocked by the translucent light shield that shrouded the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and the floating island. During this time, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tried to absorb the blood and soul of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, the translucent light shield kept the blood and soul of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Rumor has it that after the embryonic body of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit appears, if one accumulates the blood and soul of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a certain level and allows them to enter the embryonic body of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will increase. Naturally, this method hasn't been proven. Perhaps, someone has verified the effectiveness of this method. However, if that person has no intention of disclosing the results, no one will know the effectiveness of this method. In my opinion, Jiang Lan either knows the effectiveness of this method or wants to try it out to see if it can increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, there's no harm in trying it out. It won't affect the overall situation. Ling Jueyun said through voice transmission. Although Ling Jueyun had seen the changes in the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and Jiang Lan's actions, he did not show it. He only communicated with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I see. Duan Lingtian had also seen the changes in the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and Jianglan's actions. He was puzzled as to why Jianglan would stop the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from absorbing more blood and soul. Realization dawned on him when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. As it turned out, Jianglan was not stopping the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from absorbing more blood and soul. Instead, he was trying to increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The embryonic body of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit you mentioned. Are you referring to the two blood-red spheres? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. He had noticed the two blood-red spheres on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit earlier, but he did not know what they were. Yes. Chapter 3098. Jianglan is trying to use the formation to gather the blood and souls of the dead peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, so they can enter the embryonic form of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and help it to take form. Ling Jueyun said. Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. Then, he looked at the translucent light shield formed by the formation. The translucent light shield was like a wall between the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and the nutrients it wanted to absorb, preventing the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from doing so. Due to the suction force from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the blood and souls were drawn to the translucent light shield like magnets. It was not difficult to see that once the translucent light shield was removed, the blood and souls would be absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. At this moment, the blood and souls of three peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were drawn to the translucent light shield. In just a short while, another two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials had died. Their blood, chi, and souls were sucked out by the suction force of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Achem! In just a blink of an eye, a person appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. After a long period of idleness, he finally had a new opponent. At the same time, both Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang had an opponent appear in front of them. This was Jianglan's intention. As soon as the embryonic form of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit appeared, Jianglan was eager to solidify the embryonic form of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, so he quickly arranged opponents for Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Lin Fei Yang. At the same time, the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who did not have an opponent or who had just died were also given opponents. When Jianglan arranged opponents for Duan Lingtian and the others, he purposely took care of Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. He only arranged opponents for them who had comprehended three profundities from a law but had not comprehended the fourth profundity. Naturally, he did not plan to sacrifice Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. Back then, when he was looking for someone, he had made a special calculation. In the end, over 100 people would die before they could sacrifice themselves to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Then, the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would enter the fruiting process. With the help of the formation he had set up in his previous life, he could save the lives of Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang, and gather the blood essence and souls of the others. In the end, he could make them flow into the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and help it grow into the fruit. Wang, 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 Wang. Duan Lingtian's opponent this time was someone who had comprehended three profundities of the laws of wind and was in the process of comprehending the fourth profundity of the laws of wind. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. The middle-aged man's face was cold. As his body moved, wind blades that filled the sky followed him like a shadow, causing the air to emit an ear-piercing buzzing sound like a swarm of bees. Die. The middle-aged man stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. The 3-foot-long green sword in his hand moved rhythmically like a dragon as it stirred up a strong wind. The wind blade profundity, which was a combination of the two profundities from the laws of wind, and the other profundities from the laws of wind, shot toward Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of a sword whistling rang in the air. Wang, 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 wang. The sound of wind blades cutting through the air and the sound of a sword whistling rang in the air. It was as though both the sword and the saber were humming at the same time. Those who had comprehended the laws of wind were skilled in speed and offense. Those who had comprehended the laws of Earth could not compare to them. Previously, Duan Lingtian had killed someone who had comprehended 3 profundities from the laws of Earth. Although he was skilled and had even comprehended the vibration profundity, the only offensive profundity from the laws of Earth, he was far from being comparable to the person who had comprehended 3 profundities from the laws of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the laws of wind. However, compared to the former, Duan Lingtian preferred his opponent. The former had used the gravitational space profundity from the laws of Earth to imprison him. Although the repulsive force from all directions did not harm him, the pressure on his body made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Although his opponent was stronger than the former, his opponent's attacks were not as strange and cunning as the former's. Good. When Duan Lingtian saw his opponent's attack was about to reach him, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity surged out of his body. The plundering profundity stirred as though he was being engulfed in flames. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure moved like a flame tearing through the sky, leaving behind waves of scorching aura in the air and a flame afterimage behind him. At first glance, it looked like a fiery phoenix was flapping its tail. Wang, 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 wang. All of a sudden, an even more ear-piercing buzzing sound rang out from the flames in the air. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's opponent saw a ring suddenly fly out from the ball of flame that was whistling towards him. The ring tore through the sky and brought along waves of fierce aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Taking a closer look, the ring was surrounded by green and red flames. The green and red flames that shot out from the ring converged together, condensing into a green and red flame saber light that blended together. Duan Lingtian was fearless in the face of his opponent's fierce attack from the law of wind. He could even kill a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth, let alone a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind. Although the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind had comprehended the 4th profundity from the law of wind, it was only a superficial understanding of the 4th profundity from the law of wind. With his opponent's strength, it would be easy for him to deal with someone who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law but had not comprehended the 4th profundity. However, he was not strong enough to deal with Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not surprised by what happened next. After a brief moment of stalemate, Duan Lingtian managed to forcefully defeat his opponent's attack. It was as though the power of ice and fire had merged into a 2-colored flaming saber. After defeating his opponent's attack, Duan Lingtian killed his opponent with a single slash. It's just as I thought. Although Duan Lingtian has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire, with the combination of his 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, even Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang are no match for him. Jianglan watched as Duan Lingtian killed the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and a superficial understanding of the 4th profundity from the law of wind. Jianglan was not surprised by this. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial that Duan Lingtian had killed was on par with Ling Jueyun and was not much weaker than him. If Ling Jueyun encountered such an opponent, even if he had a chance of winning, he would have to fight for a few days and nights. It was impossible for him to defeat his opponent as easily as Duan Lingtian did. After a while, Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang killed their opponents one after another. However, after killing the opponent, a new opponent quickly appeared. That was because Jianglan desperately wanted to accumulate enough blood and soul energy to sacrifice to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit at the critical moment. He wanted to help the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to condense into a heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian's opponents appeared one after another. He killed his opponents quickly, but his opponents appeared quickly as well. Initially, there were a few hundred people in the spacious cave abode. However, it did not take long before there were less than 100 people left. Buzz! The yin-yang 9-water chestnut ring flew out from Duan Lingtian's hand. The fire and ice energy turned into a saber ray as he killed a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of metal effortlessly. Achem! After killing the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, Duan Lingtian discovered that the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial's blood and soul energy had been absorbed by the Tree of Life. After the peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial died, his blood, energy, and soul energy were absorbed by the Tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. However, the translucent light shield seemed to be resisting the absorption of the blood and soul energy. It was as though the translucent light shield was under pressure after absorbing so much blood and soul energy. In just a blink of an eye, the blood and soul energy of a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had been killed by Ling Jueyun was absorbed by the Tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit, causing the translucent light shield to tremble even more violently. It seems like the formation he left behind in his past life can't withstand too much blood and soul energy. Or perhaps, the formation he left behind in his past life can't withstand the suction force from the Tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Duan Lingtian told Ling Jueyun about his discovery. Ling Jueyun observed for a moment before he agreed with Duan Lingtian. That should be the case. However, if that's the case, I have a feeling that the translucent light shield will be destroyed by the suction force from the Tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit if a few dozen people die. Ling Jueyun's eyes flashed as he said, at that time, Jianglan will make a move and kill the remaining people before the fruit of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit takes shape. After all, he's worried that someone else will take the fruit before him. Both of us should pay more attention to the translucent light shield. Once it's destroyed, we'll have to be on our guard. Ling Jueyun reminded Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. While Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun were communicating through voice transmission, Jianglan discovered the problem they had discovered. It seems like I've underestimated the suction force from the Tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Once the formation that's blocking the blood and soul energy from the Tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit is destroyed, the accumulated blood and soul energy will rush toward the fruit of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. At that time, I'm afraid many people will still be alive. Chapter 3099. At this moment, Jianglan could not wait to kill the people before him. However, he could not make a move. After all, these people were trapped in the illusory formation. If he made a move, it would affect the illusory formation. At that time, these people would walk out of the illusory formation. Although Jianglan was strong, if these people joined forces, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. In fact, he might even be injured. He did not want that to happen. When the formation around the Tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit collapses, the illusory formation will be affected as well. Those who survive will be able to walk out of the formation. At that time, there shouldn't be many people left alive. At that time, I'll make a move and kill them all. With my strength and the help of my Emperor-grade celestial weapon, it won't be difficult for me to kill the remaining people before the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit's embryo bears the fruit. Soon after, Jianglan made up his mind. After the formation around the Tree of the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit collapsed, he would make a move and kill the remaining people. At that time, I'll spare the lives of Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. If either of them is willing to be branded with an enslavement mark, I'll let them live and give them a Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. With that, they'll be able to break through and become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. Unknowingly, Jianglan's gaze landed on Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. If it was possible, he hoped he could subdue one of them. Naturally, if both of them wanted to submit to him, he would not reject them. However, he would only give the remaining Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit to Ling Jueyun. Although Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity, one of the 2 profundities from the same law was different. However, Ling Jueyun had comprehended the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. The law of water could not be compared to the law of death. In terms of potential, Ling Jueyun was stronger than Lin Fei Yang. The battle continued in the cave abode. Explosions rang in the air as more and more figures fell to the ground. All of them were peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. These people were all geniuses and monsters in the forces they belonged to. This time, The people Jianglan recruited were from Grade 7 forces in the Devata realms. None of them were from Grade 6 forces or above. This was to ensure he had full control of the situation so that no one would be able to destroy the plan he had set up in his past life. Jianglan was not afraid of the powerhouses from Grade 7 forces. However, if the powerhouses from Grade 6 forces or celestial sects, the formations he had set up in his past life, he would not be able to fend them. For this reason, he recruited powerhouses from Grade 7 forces. In a Grade 7 force, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities of a law before the age of 200 was definitely a rare genius. But now, in this spacious cave dwelling, such existences were killed one by one like paper, and their bodies and Tao vanished. I don't think the formation around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will last much longer. After killing another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Lingtian glanced at the translucent light shield around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and sent a voice transmission to Ling Jueyun. Right now, the translucent light shield that covered the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was shaking violently under the impact of the gathered blood auras and souls. It looked like it could collapse at any moment. Once the translucent light shield collapsed, the blood, qi, and souls would enter the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and help the tree to form the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, it was not certain that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would bear fruit. There was a possibility that it would fail. If the heaven sacrificial divine fruit failed, it would shatter and disappear into thin air. This was a sign that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had failed to bear fruit. It seems like 5 or 6 more people will die before the formation is destroyed by the energy from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Ling Jueyun secretly observed the situation before he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. 5 or 6 more people will die. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people around him and saw that there were only 12 people left, including him, Ling Jueyun, Lin Feiyang, and Jianglan. In other words, only 6 or 7 people would survive after the formation around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was destroyed. Did you notice? The opponents you encountered later on were basically all people who had comprehended 3 profundities of a law and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity of that law. Ling Jueyun continued to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Lin Feiyang and I only encountered people who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law but had not comprehended the 4th profundity. So what? Duan Lingtian had not noticed this since the beginning. He did not think much of Ling Jueyun's words. He thought it was just luck. I suspect that he deliberately spared Lin Feiyang and my lives. Don't forget that there are 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits, and he can only consume one. Ling Jueyun continued to speak through voice transmission. If I were him, seeing 2 people who are less than 100 years old but have comprehended 3 profundities of a law and have even come into contact with the 4th profundity, he would definitely want to recruit them to work for him. Duan Lingtian was enlightened when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. You're saying that he purposely allowed you and Lin Feiyang to encounter people who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law but had not comprehended the 4th profundity? Duan Lingtian continued to ask, his goal is to let you live until the end so that you can work for him? Duan Lingtian agreed with Ling Jueyun's words. After all, even if it was a coincidence, it could not be so coincidental. Earlier, he had encountered more than 10 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished sending a voice transmission to Ling Jueyun, a figure appeared in front of him at lightning speed. It was one of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had survived until now. It was a young man dressed in a long yellow robe. Duan Lingtian had noticed this young man and knew he had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of thunder. Most importantly, he had also comprehended the 4th profundity from the law of thunder. It seems like it's not a coincidence. Duan Lingtian knew Ling Jueyun was right when he saw the yellow-clad young man had become his opponent. Buzz, 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 buzz. Duan Lingtian had encountered more than 10 opponents who were on par with him earlier. Therefore, It did not take him much effort to kill his opponents. Since Ling Jueyun had intentionally held back, Duan Lingtian's speed of killing his opponents was the fastest among all of them. In the time it took for others to kill one opponent, he had already killed several opponents. After Duan Lingtian killed his opponent, there were no more opponents for the time being, since the remaining 10 people were divided into 5 groups. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian was communicating with Ling Jueyun was communicating with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission as he fought with his opponents. Duan Lingtian. Jiang Lan muttered under his breath. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian as he hovered in the air above the semi-transparent light barrier around the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. He's the strongest among all of us here. After the formation collapses, I'll kill everyone apart from Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. I'll make him feel despair when he sees me killing with his own eyes. In truth, Jiang Lan did not think much of Duan Lingtian's strength. However, Duan Lingtian's strength was still very displeasing to Jiang Lan. Because of that, he planned to let Duan Lingtian witness him killing the others before he was killed by him in despair. No. With a shrill cry, Ling Jueyun's opponent died in his hands. When he fell, his eyes were wide open as if he could not die in peace. Not long after Ling Jueyun's opponent fell, a young man in a green robe fell as well. At the same time, Lin Feiyang's opponent also fell. The green-clad young man had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the law of wind. His strength was on par with Lin Feiyang. However, in terms of age, he was much older than Lin Feiyang. Boom. Rumble. Under the control of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree, a few strands of blood and souls joined the army attacking the formation around the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. As a result, the semi-transparent barrier of light trembled even more. In some places of the translucent light barrier, there were even traces of fine cracks that appeared to be crevices. Once the 4 of them fight it out, I'm afraid the formation won't be able to hold on any longer. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from the semi-transparent light barrier to the 4 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were still fighting. Among the 4 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, 2 of them had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. Their opponents had only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and were not in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. Chem. At this moment, a green-clad figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was none other than the green-clad young man who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the law of wind. Although the green-clad young man was strong, there were more than 10 people who were as strong as Duan Lingtian who had died in his hands. Duan Lingtian killed the green-robed young man who was charging at him menacingly with a strong killing intent in just a head-on collision. After Duan Lingtian killed the green-clad young man, the battle between the remaining 4 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials finally ended. 2 strands of blood and 2 souls shot toward the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. In the next moment, boom. Chapter 3100. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The blood, qi, and souls that had gathered together surged into the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit seemed to be devouring all the blood, qi, and souls that had surged into its belly. As soon as the blood, qi, and souls entered the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, they flew toward the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit began to tremble violently as soon as the blood, qi, and souls entered it. Blood-red rays of light shot out of the embryo. When it reached a certain height, it began to contract violently. It continued to expand and contract in a continuous cycle, as if it was brewing something. This was a sign that the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was about to bear fruit. As for whether it would succeed, they could only wait and see. Humph. Accompanied by a cold snort, Jiang Lan waved his hands and made a set of hand seals, putting away all the illusory array formations in the spacious cave abode. Lin Feiyang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, saw a flash before their eyes. The narrow cave abode they were in earlier had disappeared and was replaced by a huge cave abode. Apart from each other, they also saw Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Jiang Lan. Their expressions changed immediately as they looked at Jiang Lan warily. It was as though they were facing a formidable enemy. I have to say, the 5 of you are quite strong to be able to survive until now. Jiang Lan said calmly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 4 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Achem. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun finally regained their senses. They realized Jiang Lan had removed the illusory formation in the cave abode. This was obvious from the reactions of Lin Fei Yang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. What do you mean by that? The other 2 who survived were a young man and a middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man heard Jiang Lan's words, his expression changed drastically as he asked with a trembling voice. Although he had monstrous talent and comprehension ability, and even possessed his current strength before he was even 200 years old, he was still unable to do anything about it. However, in front of Jiang Lan, his pride was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Jiang Lan was someone who had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water before the age of 100. As for him, he had only comprehended 3 profundities of the law of lightning when he was almost 200 years old. Although he had come into contact with the 4th profundity of the law of lightning, he had only scratched the surface. In terms of talent and perception, he couldn't compare to Jiang Lan. Shua, 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 Shua. As the middle-aged man spoke, the gazes of Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, Lin Feiyang, and the other young man all landed on Jiang Lan at the same time. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand. A hint of suspicion could be seen in the eyes of Lin Feiyang and the other young man. On the other hand, the gazes of Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun did not change. However, this did not arouse Jiang Lan's suspicion. He thought the 2 of them were only pretending to be calm on the surface. In truth, they were no less afraid than the others. What else could it mean? Jiang Lan smiled faintly in response to the middle-aged man's question. Among the 10,000 people, only the 5 of you are still alive. As for the others, they're all dead. Their bodies are gone, and their Tao is gone. The smile on Jiang Lan's face remained unchanged when he spoke about the deaths of the 10,000 people. It was as though he was talking about something insignificant. Dead. They're all dead. The expressions of Lin Feiyang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials changed drastically when they heard Jiang Lan's words. They instinctively looked around, trying to find the 6th person who was still alive. Alas, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find anyone who was still alive. Do you think they're dead just because you said so? If they're dead, would there be no traces left behind? Lin Feiyang took a deep breath and stared at Jiang Lan intently as he asked in a low voice. Didn't I tell you earlier? They had all died, their Tao vanishing, and they had turned into ashes. Don't tell me you don't know what it means to be reduced to ashes. Jiang Lan took a deep look at Lin Feiyang, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Reduced to ashes. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, Lin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. However, his expression did not change. Do you think they're reduced to ashes just because you said so? Although you're strong, it's impossible for you to kill everyone, Lin Feiyang said. When did I say that I killed them? Jiang Lan smiled. If I remember correctly, your name is Lin Feiyang, right? Do you still remember that you killed those people who wanted to kill you in the Fantasy Realm cave residence? Achem. Upon hearing Jiang Lan's words, the expressions of the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials changed again. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Jiang Lan looked at Lin Feiyang meaningfully. What if I tell you that the people you killed were actually part of the tens of thousands of people, but I don't know? Would you still doubt what I said just now? No. Impossible. Lin Feiyang's face was pale. I still remember their faces clearly. They weren't among the 10,000 people. Although there were more than 10,000 people who had been tricked by Jiang Lan this time, with Lin Feiyang's memory, he could still remember most of them at a glance. He might not know them, but if he saw them again, he would definitely have an impression of them. The place you were at earlier was constructed using an illusory formation. Do you think the illusory formation wouldn't be able to conceal their faces? The sinister smile on Jianglan's face grew even more radiant at this moment. It's not just you. These 4 people have also killed many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials that I gathered. As Jianglan spoke, he shifted his gaze from Lin Feiyang to Duan Lingtian and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials before he finally looked at Duan Lingtian. This is especially true for Duan Lingtian. The number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials that died in his hands is no less than the number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials that the 4 of you kill. As soon as Jianglan finished speaking, Lin Feiyang and the others turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Even Ling Jueyun followed Lin Feiyang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' gazes and looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. This is the most important moment. Don't expose yourself. As long as he attacks one of us, we'll defend with all our might. The other person will be responsible for launching a sneak attack on him from behind. We'll try our best to kill him while he's unprepared to face any trouble in the future. If we want to kill a reincarnated celestial emperor like him, we must ensure that we're able to kill him in one go. Otherwise, we'll be the ones to die when he catches his breath. Ling Jueyun's tone turned solemn as he spoke. After all, none of those who had become celestial emperors were easy to deal with. I thought the people I killed earlier were illusory figures formed by the illusory formation. I didn't expect them to be the people you tricked into coming here with me. What are you trying to do? Faced with their gazes, Duan Lingtian looked at Jianglan and asked with a gloomy expression. Duan Lingtian. Jianglan looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, I didn't expect you to possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, it's a royal-grade celestial weapon that can be combined perfectly. Its power is comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Not only are your innate talent and comprehension skills good, but your luck is also much better than ordinary people. Jianglan's words had undoubtedly caused Duan Lingtian to become the center of attention. Royal-grade celestial weapon? Moreover, based on Jianglan's words, it was a royal-grade celestial weapon that could be combined perfectly, and its power was comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Lin Feiyang and the others were originally in Duan Lingtian's line of sight. As soon as Jianglan finished speaking, their eyes lit up like dazzling stars in the night sky, dazzling and eye-catching. Duan Lingtian. He has a royal-grade celestial weapon? It doesn't seem like a single royal-grade celestial weapon. Based on Jianglan's words, he has to have at least 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, right? It was difficult for a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to not attract attention when he possessed 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. No matter how lucky he is, he's not as lucky as you. It's not easy for a reincarnated celestial to succeed. Duan Lingtian said. Of course. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Jianglan raised his head proudly and looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully. In terms of luck, you can't compare to me. If I were here in my past life, I would have been able to kill you with just a puff of my breath. Jianglan is really a reincarnated celestial. This was the first time Jianglan had admitted to being a reincarnated celestial. Although Lin Feiyang and the others were mentally prepared, they were still shocked. You can kill me with just a puff of your breath. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and pretended to be surprised as he asked, were you a celestial lord in your past life? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Lin Feiyang and the others turned to look at Jianglan again. It was obvious they wanted to hear Jianglan's answer to Duan Lingtian's question. Celestial Lord? Jianglan's expression was filled with disdain when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. A celestial lord is nothing. In my past life, I was a celestial emperor who was superior to a celestial lord. Celestial emperor. Lin Feiyang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Although some of them had guessed Jianglan was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor when they were at the peak of the huge mountain, they did not dare to believe it. After all, a celestial emperor was too elusive for them. A celestial emperor was a legendary existence that was beyond their reach. However, they were shocked when they heard Jianglan's words. Jianglan is really the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. In the midst of their shock, they thought of another question. Chapter 3101. Celestial Emperor? Lin Fei Yang looked at Jianglan in disbelief as he asked, "Since you're the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, you must be up to something, right?" The reincarnation of a celestial emperor. Lin Fei Yang was shocked by Jianglan's identity. He found it hard to believe. The strongest person in his territory was a titled celestial lord. As for celestial emperors, they might have appeared in history, but he had never heard of one before, let alone seen one. Even so, the word celestial emperor still made his heart tremble. When he heard Jianglan said he was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, his scalp went numb, and he felt a chill run up his spine. Celestial emperors were extremely powerful and supreme. Moreover, the person standing before him was a celestial emperor in his past life. After experiencing a series of unforeseen events, Lin Feiyang didn't doubt Jianglan's words. He also knew that there was no need for Jianglan to lie. With Jianglan's strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill the rest of them. There was no need for him to lie to them. However, Lin Feiyang could not help but feel curious. As a reincarnation of a celestial emperor, why would Jianglan go through so much trouble to gather so many people from so many Devata realms? What was he up to? Lin Feiyang did not believe Jianglan had no ulterior motives at all. "Since things have come to this, it's not a big deal to tell you." In response to Lin Feiyang's question, Jianglan said indifferently, "I've gathered all of you here to sacrifice the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree." The heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. As soon as Jianglan finished speaking, Lin Feiyang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials turned to look at the towering tree on the floating island. This was the first time they had seen this blood-red tree, especially the two blood-red spheres on top of the towering tree. They were constantly squeezing and contracting, as if they were brewing something. Heaven sacrificial divine fruit? What's that? He summoned us here to sacrifice the tree. More than 10,000 people have died. What kind of benefits will this tree bring to Jianglan? Lin Feiyang and the other two quickly looked away from the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree and back at Jianglan. Their eyes were filled with confusion. At the same time, both Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun's eyes followed Lin Feiyang and the other two. They didn't reveal any flaws in front of Jianglan. "Kai." Jianglan scoffed and said condescendingly, "It's normal for country bumpkins like you to not know about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is..." Lin Feiyang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' breathing quickened when they heard Jianglan's introduction of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit could allow a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a 10 directions celestial duke. Moreover, he could directly comprehend the profundities of a law that he had never come into contact with before. Moreover, he had comprehended at least 6 profundities of that kind of law. Was there someone who had comprehended 8 profundities of a law after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lin Feiyang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' eyes widened as they gasped in unison. Although Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun's reactions were not as exaggerated as Lin Feiyang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, they were equally shocked. As expected of Ling Jueyun, he's able to remain calm under such circumstances. He's much stronger than Lin Feiyang. Jianglan did not miss the changes in the expressions of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. For this reason, he was even more satisfied with Ling Jueyun. "I only hope Ling Jueyun is willing to let me brand his soul with an enslavement mark so he'll submit to me." Jianglan's heart was filled with anticipation. As for Duan Lingtian, although he appeared calm, Jianglan thought Duan Lingtian was just lucky and had experienced many fortuitous encounters in the past. Therefore, he was not as shocked as Lin Feiyang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. After all, Duan Lingtian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who possessed 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons were not ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. It's time for me to make my move. Jianglan scanned the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit with his divine consciousness and discovered the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had entered the final stage of fruiting. Jianglan's eyes flashed coldly. In the next moment, his aura surged as blue ripples spread out from his body. It was as though a lake had appeared in the void, and a rock had fallen onto the surface of the lake. This is bad. Lin Fei Yang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' expressions changed drastically when they saw Jianglan's aura. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun looked at each other with a grim expression on their faces. Was Jianglan finally going to make his move? Swoosh, swoosh. Accompanied by a series of loud sounds that sounded like a flood, Jianglan's figure seemed to have turned into a ghost as he flashed through the void. Duan Lingtian and the other 4 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators, who had been accumulating their celestial origin energies since the moment they saw Jianglan, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, Lin Fei Yang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators instinctively moved closer to Jianglan. In Lin Fei Yang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' opinion, the only way to deal with Jianglan was if they joined forces. What are you 2 doing? If you don't join forces now, are you going to wait for him to defeat you one by one? The middle-aged peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial shouted as he watched Lin Fei Yang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a young man join forces with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. Do you think you'll be a match for me if you join forces? As Jianglan approached Lin Fei Yang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators, he suddenly slowed down. He looked at the middle-aged peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators disdainfully before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, Duan Lingtian, although the power of your royal-grade celestial weapons is comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon, however, they're not emperor-grade celestial weapons. Today, before you die, I'll show you a real emperor-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Jianglan finished speaking, he raised his right hand. A bright blue saber ray shot out from his palm. It was even more dazzling than his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the water elemental profundity. As soon as the bright blue saber ray appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. A moment later, under everyone's watchful eyes, a translucent azure crystal blade appeared in Jianglan's hand. The crystal knife was emitting a cold aura. The moment it appeared, a cold aura swept out, causing everyone present to shiver. With Duan Lingtian and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators, they were not afraid of the cold. However, the cold aura from the crystal saber was bone-chilling. That's an emperor-grade celestial weapon? An emperor-grade celestial weapon? Lin Fei Yang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials narrowed their eyes as soon as they heard Jianglan's words. However, when they saw the crystal saber in Jianglan's hand that emitted a terrifying aura, coupled with Jianglan's words, their hearts sank. Earlier, when they found out Jianglan was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, they were still thinking to themselves. Perhaps, Jianglan had not obtained the treasures he left behind in his past life, or perhaps, the treasures he left behind in his past life had been discovered and taken away by someone else. However, now that Jianglan had taken out an emperor-grade celestial weapon, they were in complete despair. If Jianglan only had a king-grade celestial weapon to rely on, even if he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water, the remaining 5 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial weapon might still stand a chance against him. Most importantly, there was another thing. Duan Lingtian had 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, the combined power of the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons was comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, now that Jianglan had taken out an emperor-grade celestial weapon, they no longer had any intention of resisting. Buzz! Jianglan attacked with the crystal saber in his hand. A blue saber ray flashed in the air. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a middle-aged man had just regained his senses when he was killed by Jianglan. When he died, his eyes were wide open as he fell to the ground, unable to rest in peace. The middle-aged man was also the first person to die here with an intact corpse. At this moment, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had stopped absorbing the blood and souls of the fallen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Clearly, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit no longer needed any sacrifices. The blood and souls it had absorbed were enough for it to condense the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, it was up to the heavens whether it would succeed or not. Don't kill me. After the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a middle-aged man, another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a young man kneeled before Jianglan. Lord Celestial Emperor, since the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit no longer needs any sacrifices, please spare me. I'm willing to give you all of my wealth as long as you spare my life. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial begged as he took off his purely defensive king skin celestial weapon and placed it in his hand along with his spatial ring. It was clear he wanted to exchange his wealth for his life. Do you think your things won't belong to me if I kill you? Jianglan asked with a sinister smile on his face. However, when the young man saw Jianglan's smile, it was like the smile of a devil. He shuddered in fear as he kowtowed and begged, Lord Celestial Emperor, please spare my life. Lord Celestial Emperor, please spare my life. Do you think I'll be interested in your meager possessions? Jianglan ignored the young man's begging. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue saber ray shot out from the crystal saber in his hand. Buzz. Chapter 3102. Jianglan had killed two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended three profundities from a law and were on the verge of comprehending the fourth profundity. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun were not the only ones who were not surprised by this outcome. Even Lin Fei Yang was not surprised by this outcome. Jianglan was a reincarnated celestial emperor. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already comprehended four profundities from the law of water. Naturally, he was stronger than the two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. When Jianglan took out his emperor-grade celestial weapon, Lin Fei Yang knew Jianglan did not need to use a second strike to kill him. For this reason, he was not surprised when he saw Jianglan easily killing two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. In his opinion, if he had an emperor-grade celestial weapon, he would have been able to kill Jianglan even if Jianglan was stronger and more experienced than him. An emperor-grade celestial weapon was superior to a royal-grade celestial weapon, let alone a king-grade celestial weapon that was inferior to a royal-grade celestial weapon. On the other hand, he only had a king-grade celestial weapon. What do you think? Do you have the guts to fight me with the two royal-grade celestial weapons in your hands? After killing the second peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Jianglan's first reaction was to look at Duan Lingtian. A disdainful smile could be seen on his face. However, the smile on his face froze when he saw Duan Lingtian. Initially, Jianglan thought Duan Lingtian would feel fear and despair when facing him. He thought Duan Lingtian might even kneel and beg for mercy like the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, he discovered Duan Lingtian was looking at him calmly. There was no hint of joy or sorrow in his eyes. What? Are you going to kill me next? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Jianglan. I didn't expect you to still be so stubborn at this moment. Why don't you try begging for mercy like the other guy? Maybe I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood. Jianglan quickly regained his senses. He only thought that Duan Lingtian was forcing himself to hold on. In fact, his heart was definitely filled with fear and despair, but he did not show it. Whoosh! Voila! Almost as soon as Jianglan finished speaking, a raging flame rose around Duan Lingtian's body. Not only did it envelop his entire body, but it also burned even more fiercely, as if it could incinerate everything. Jianglan's sharp eyes narrowed slightly when he sensed the aura of flames on Duan Lingtian's body. This is the law of fire's burning profundity. You were actually hiding your strength before? Jianglan did not expect Duan Lingtian, whom he thought had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire and was lucky enough to obtain 2 royal-grade celestial weapons that could be combined, would hold back when he attacked earlier. Not only had he comprehended the fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity, but he had also comprehended the burning profundity. Boom! Rumble! In the next moment, the flames on Duan Lingtian's body exploded, causing dazzling sparks to fly everywhere. Jiang Lan's eyes widened in shock. This is the explosion profundity. Not only has Duan Lingtian comprehended 3 profundities from the law of fire, but he has also comprehended the explosion profundity. Jiang Lan was shocked, completely shocked. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be a monstrous genius like Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already comprehended 3 profundities from the law of fire. Not only that, but he had also comprehended the 4th profundity, the explosion profundity. Lin Fei Yang was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be as strong as him. Moreover, the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons in Duan Lingtian's possession were not taken into consideration. With 2 royal-grade celestial weapons that were comparable to emperor-grade celestial weapons, it would be easy for Duan Lingtian to kill Lin Fei Yang. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have hidden your strength so well. Your innate talent and comprehension skills are not inferior to Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. Jiang Lan, who was about to make a move against Duan Lingtian, was tempted by Duan Lingtian's strength as well. However, even without the celestial weapons, you're still weaker than me. If we include the celestial weapons, you're still weaker than me, Jiang Lan said indifferently. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, he rose into the air and looked down at Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Lin Fei Yang. I'll give the 3 of you a chance to live. As long as you're willing to let me plant the wrath brand in your souls, I won't kill you. Not only will I spare your lives, but I'll even give you a chance to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. If the 3 of you are willing to submit to me, you'll be able to compete for the other heaven sacrificial divine fruit. I'll give the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to whoever is stronger. Of course, that's only if you don't use your 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, Duan Lingtian. When he spoke up to hear, Jiang Lan subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a clear voice, "Enslavement brand?" Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. Naturally, he knew what the enslavement brand was. Once it was planted, it would never be removed. Unless the person who planted the enslavement brand took the initiative to remove it, no one would be able to remove it. Moreover, once the enslavement brand was planted, the person who planted the enslavement brand would be enslaved forever. Dream on. Lin Fei Yang was the first to shout. You want to plant a soul brand in my soul? Impossible. I'd rather die. You're dreaming. Ling Jueyun sneered as well. If I submit to you and become your slave, so what if I obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and become a 10 directions celestial duke? Duan Lingtian sneered as well. It seems like the 3 of you really have a death wish. Although he had already expected this outcome, when he really faced it, Jiang Lan couldn't help but laugh in anger. In that case, I'll send all of you on your way and monopolize the 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruit. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, a dazzling azure saber ray shot out from the crystal saber in his hand, dyeing the cave abode blue. Kill. Lin Fei Yang's eyes flashed fiercely as he charged toward Jiang Lan like a dragon that had just left its lair. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun made their moves as well. They had a tacit understanding throughout the entire process. At this moment, the 3 of them knew they had to join forces to deal with Jiang Lan and fight for a slim chance of survival. Ling Jueyun, Lin Fei Yang, I'll kill this Duan Lingtian first. If you regret your decision, remember to tell me in advance so that I won't kill you before you can say anything. Jiang Lan remained calm in the face of the 3 people charging toward him. At the same time, he did not forget to persuade Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang to consider surrendering to him. You should know that once you die, you'll lose everything. As long as you're willing to submit to me, I can guarantee you that once I become a celestial emperor in this life, I'll remove the enslavement mark in your souls. As he spoke, Jianglan's words seemed to have made a compromise. Alas, regardless of whether it was Ling Jueyun or Lin Feiyang, they only responded to Jianglan's words by charging forward with ferocious momentum. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's strength was no different from before. He was still holding back. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian raised his hand when he noticed Jianglan's gaze on him. In the next moment, a seven-colored light shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand. It was none other than the seven orifices exquisite sword that had been hidden in his body all this time. As soon as the seven orifices exquisite sword appeared, its seven-colored light illuminated the entire cave abode, competing with the blue light from the crystal saber in Jianglan's hand. At this moment, Jianglan, who had easily blocked Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang's attacks, completely ignored them. His eyes were fixed on the seven-colored sword ray in Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian, you've truly surprised me. I thought you were lucky to have two royal-grade celestial weapons. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You have an emperor-grade celestial weapon as well. Jianglan's eyes shone with greed as he stared at the seven-colored sword ray in Duan Lingtian's hand. Although he was a celestial emperor in his past life, he only had one emperor-grade celestial weapon, the saber in his hand. Moreover, he was considered one of the stronger celestial emperors in his past life. His strength was almost on par with a titled celestial emperor. Most celestial emperors did not have emperor-grade celestial weapons. Not only did emperor-grade celestial weapons have high requirements for the celestial weapon craftsman, but it also had high requirements for the materials used to craft them. For this reason, emperor-grade celestial weapons were extremely valuable. Even the armor on Jianglan's body was only a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. It was not an emperor-grade celestial weapon at all. However, even if it was a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon, with Jianglan's current strength, he could still block Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang's attacks for a short time. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. Lin Feiyang's eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian when the seven-colored light illuminated the cave abode. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face. Who exactly was this Duan Lingtian who made him feel a sense of familiarity? Why did he have an emperor-grade celestial weapon? You're the only one allowed to have an emperor-grade celestial weapon, but not me. Duan Lingtian sneered. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Jianglan had mistaken his seven orifices exquisite sword for an emperor-grade celestial weapon. He had no intention of correcting Jianglan. Moreover, with his current strength, the power of the seven orifices exquisite sword was only comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. I have to admit, Duan Lingtian, you're extremely talented. Even your luck is enviable. However, you're destined to die in my hands today. Your emperor-grade celestial weapon is destined to be mine. Chapter 3103. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes in the face of Jianglan's menacing aura. Then, he opened his eyes abruptly. It was as if a flame had burst out from his eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body flashed. It was as if he had turned into a ball of fire as he charged toward the menacing Jianglan. When the water and fire collided, a series of terrifying explosions reverberated in the air. It was as if the proverb "water and fire are incompatible" was being interpreted. Just as the water and fire powers were in a stalemate, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time, without any warning, a fragrant scent suddenly spread throughout the cave abode. When they smelled the fragrance, Duan Lingtian and the others instinctively looked in the direction of the fragrance. With just a glance, they saw another fruit tree. On the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, there were two blood-red fruits that were the size of an adult's fist. The blood-red fruits were hanging there. Lightning bolts that resembled small blood-red snakes coiled around them. They would occasionally enter and exit the fruit. This is, the fruit of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's embryo has been successfully formed. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly before he forcefully took a deep breath to forcefully calm his surging emotions. This time, he had come for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, he knew that the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was extremely low. Even if he could survive until the end, he might not be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. It all depended on luck. Now that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had been successfully formed, he was overjoyed. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. While Duan Lingtian was overjoyed and trying his best to suppress his emotions, Ling Jueyun, Jianglan, and Lin Feiyang also discovered that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had been successfully formed. Immediately, their eyes lit up and their breathing quickened. Their chests heaved up and down like bellows. Ha 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 ha. It's a success. I did it. Jianglan laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with unparalleled joy. I won't hold back anymore. I will kill you all and eat the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Jianglan glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others coldly. He also extended his divine sense and shrouded Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang in case they tried to steal the heaven sacrificial divine fruit while he was fighting Duan Lingtian. If Ling Jueyun and the other two went to pick the heaven sacrificial divine fruits, he was confident that he could kill both of them while fighting against Duan Lingtian. Of course, in that case, killing Duan Lingtian would take more time. Your strength isn't bad, and your immortal artifact isn't bad as well. Unfortunately, you haven't completely comprehended the explosion profundity of the fire laws. Otherwise, you would have the ability to fight me. After locking his divine sense on Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang, Jianglan calmed down and looked at Duan Lingtian again. The crystal saber in his hand shone with a blue saber chi, suppressing Duan Lingtian's sword chi. The sword light that erupted outside the seven-colored sword light was originally aggressive, but after a few rounds, it was suppressed by Jianglan's saber light. Die! Suddenly, Jianglan let out an explosive shout. After blocking Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang's attacks with his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, Jianglan took the opportunity to transfer the energy from his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon to his emperor-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, the azure saber ray surged and caused Duan Lingtian's sword ray to retreat at an even faster speed. This can't go on. If this goes on, we're all going to die. Upon seeing this, Lin Feiyang's eyes widened in fear and anxiety. He was still recovering after unleashing his full strength. At this moment, he had temporarily forgotten about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was good, he had to be alive to enjoy it. The most important thing now was to find a way to escape from Jianglan. In the next moment, Lin Feiyang gritted his teeth and launched another attack. He did not even have time to recover his strength. Lin Feiyang's frequent attacks landed on Jianglan. Jianglan did not have time to channel his energy into his armor and took Lin Feiyang's attack head-on. Even with the protection of his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, Jianglan still felt the blood in his body churning. His eyes were bloodshot from anger. You're courting death. Jianglan glared at Duan Lingtian. As he shouted, the saber chi from his crystal saber forced Duan Lingtian's sword chi to retreat. After retreating, Jianglan retracted his saber and charged toward Lin Feiyang. Buzz! A saber cry rang in the air. Lin Feiyang, who had lost all his strength, was killed by Jianglan with a pair of eyes filled with despair. In his sect, he was a prodigy with a bright future ahead of him. However, because of his greed, he was trapped and killed by Jianglan. His body and Dao were destroyed. He was unwilling to accept this. Do it. As soon as Jianglan killed Lin Feiyang, a thunderous voice rang from behind Jianglan. It was none other than Ling Jueyun's voice. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Along with the ear-piercing sound of a sword whistling in the air, a sword with grey lightning swirling around it appeared in Ling Jueyun's hand. The whistling of the sword came from the tip of the sword. As soon as the sword appeared, the cave abode that was originally filled with blue and seven-colored light was suddenly tainted with a hint of grey. Whoosh! At the same time, a bloody mist surged out of Ling Jueyun's body and merged with his celestial origin energy that was infused with the elemental death element. In an instant, the scythe condensed from Ling Jueyun's profundity of the death god's scythe became corporeal. It was as though Ling Jueyun had completely comprehended the profundity of the death god's scythe. Before this, although Ling Jueyun could barely use the profundity of the death god's scythe, he had only comprehended a superficial level of the profundity of the death god's scythe. The condensed scythe was incomparably weak, and its power was incomparable to a corporeal scythe. However, a corporeal scythe could only be used by someone who had comprehended the profundity of the death god's scythe to a rudimentary level. Ling Jueyun also has an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Also, he has only comprehended a superficial level of the profundity of the death god's scythe. Why does it seem like he has completely comprehended it? Jiang Lan's expression changed drastically when he noticed the change in Ling Jueyun's strength and the sword that had appeared in his hand. He did not expect this. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had concealed his strength. Even Ling Jueyun had concealed his strength. Boom. Rumble. At the same time, Jiang Lan, who was looking at Ling Jueyun, heard a series of thunderous booms behind him. When he instinctively turned around, he discovered that Duan Lingtian's attack had suddenly become much more powerful. The flaming sword beam had completely exploded at this moment, causing him to smell the scent of death. Is this the profundity of explosion? No. This doesn't seem to be the profundity of explosion. Then what is this? Jiang Lan was completely dumbfounded. This was because he noticed Duan Lingtian's current attack had completely suppressed his strongest attack. At this moment, he finally realized something. Even though Duan Lingtian was at a disadvantage when they exchanged blows earlier, he still held back his strength. Damn it! Damn it! Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Jiang Lan's expression changed again and again as he was attacked by Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. However, at the same time, he did not remain idle. He channeled his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the water elemental profundity into the purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon he was wearing. He wanted to use it to defend himself against Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun's attacks. Swoosh! The shadow of the armor rose up and protected Jiang Lan within, as if it was airtight. Even so, Jiang Lan did not feel safe at all. An anxious expression appeared on his face as his hands danced in the air. A set of obscure hand seals was formed as he moved his hands. Clearly, Jiang Lan had left a backup plan for him in his previous life. However, Jiang Lan did not feel happy at all. This was because he needed time to complete this backup plan. Currently, he did not have time at all. This was because he did not expect Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun to be so powerful that they could completely suppress him. He did not even dare to attack. Currently, Ling Jueyun's strength was not inferior to his, and Duan Lingtian's strength had surpassed his in all aspect. They've hidden their strength too well. They've hidden their strength too well. At this moment, Jiang Lan was burning with anxiety. At the same time, he was also shocked by the strength displayed by Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. Let's end this quickly. Ling Jueyun's expression changed slightly when he saw Jiang Lan activating his defenses and forming hand seals in the air. He shouted to remind Duan Lingtian that he was about to attack. At the same time, he increased his strength and speed. It's too late. Duan Lingtian's entire body was enveloped in flames. The rainbow-colored sword light in his hand swept out. Streaks of sword light condensed from flames rained down on Jiang Lan like a meteor shower. Jiang Lan's illusory armor completely shattered when Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian's first wave of attacks arrived. Swoosh! A sword light that was so red that it was almost purple, as if it could annihilate everything, swept out from one side of the void and appeared in front of Jiang Lan's glabella. No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Jiang Lan's mournful voice echoed in the spacious cave abode. It was heart-wrenching. When the sword light that was so red that it was almost purple pierced Jiang Lan's glabella and swept out from behind his head, Jiang Lan was completing the last few movements of the set of hand seals. If he was given half a breath's time, he would be able to complete the set of hand seals and activate the defensive array formation in the cave abode, isolating himself and the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from the surroundings. The defensive array formation that he had left behind in his previous life could not be broken even with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun's current strength. With the protection of the defensive array formation, he could easily pluck the two heaven sacrificial divine fruits. If he did not see the fruits of the heaven sacrificial divine fruits, Jianglan might feel indignant, but he would definitely not be as indignant as he was now. He had planned for 2 lifetimes and was about to obtain the fruits of the heaven sacrificial divine fruits. However, he had failed at the last moment. While feeling indignant, Jianglan also regretted it. Chapter 3104. Jianglan regretted his decision as soon as he was about to die. He could have easily obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and left as long as he spared Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Lin Feiyang's lives. However, he had missed the opportunity to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit because he wanted to kill the 3 Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian after they refused to submit to him. Most importantly, he had underestimated the 3 Duan Lingtian and Lin Feiyang. When Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun attacked him, he did not have time to activate the defensive formation he had left behind when he was still a celestial emperor in his past life. Spurt. After the sword beam that was so red that it was almost purple passed through Jianglan's glabella and came out from the back of Jianglan's head, the sound spread throughout the cave abode. The naked eye relied on light, and light was much faster than the speed of sound. After killing Jianglan, Duan Lingtian did not retrieve Jianglan's emperor-grade celestial weapon and purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. He did not even take Jianglan's spatial ring. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Lin Feiyang's corpse. At this moment, there was a pool of water hovering above Lin Feiyang's corpse. If one did not look closely, one would not notice it at all. So this is the second form of the world-cleansing divine water? Duan Lingtian asked the 5 divine elements in his body as he stared at the pool of water hovering in front of him that was almost transparent. Apart from the fact that the pool of water was hovering in the air, it was no different from ordinary water. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could not tell the difference. However, when Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness toward the pool of water, he discovered a mysterious energy was preventing his divine consciousness from entering the pool of water. That's right. This is the second form of the world-cleansing divine water. However, it's still in a deep slumber. It only left the host's body after the host died. Duan Lingtian nodded. Brat, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you taking it? Now, it's in an unconscious state. Any life form that touches it can take it for themselves. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Of course, if it's not satisfied with you as its host after it wakes up, it can leave, of course, with the wise and mighty me here, as long as I open my mouth and persuade it to stay, it will definitely not leave. The Chaos Divine Earth's tone was slightly smug as it spoke. Duan Lingtian did not have the time to care about the Chaos Divine Earth's arrogance. He raised his hand and grabbed at the puddle of water in front of him. The moment his hand touched the water, he felt a cold sensation. At the same time, he could clearly see the water flowing down his hand and into his body, finally hiding in a corner of his body. When will it wake up? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It depends on how exhausted it is. However, with us in your body, it'll definitely wake up faster than it did when it was in Lin Feiyang's body, the Chaos Divine Earth said. The Primal Chaos Divine Flame said, we're both divine element spirits. Although we're not of the same kind, our auras can still provide some help to each other. Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, I remember you were able to help me refine pills when you were in your second form. The profound divine metal was able to protect my soul when it was in its second form as well. Although the world-cleansing divine water is only in its second form, will it be able to help me in some way? A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he asked this question. Of course, the Chaos Divine Earth said. The world-cleansing divine water has already acknowledged you as its master. Although it's unconscious, it'll still make a move if you're in danger, the Primal Chaos Divine Flame said. In its second form, the world-cleansing divine water will form a layer of defense around your body when you're in danger. It'll help you offset some of the impact. Naturally, the defense it provides is not as good as the defense provided by the Chaos Divine Earth in its second form. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, the Chaos Divine Earth's smug voice rang in the air. Of course. My forte is defense. Who among the 5 divine elements can compare to me in terms of defense? Defense. That includes soul defense. As soon as the chaos divine earth finished speaking, the profound divine metal's voice rang in the air. The chaos divine earth fell silent immediately. Its forte was material defense. As for soul defense, the profound divine metal was the best among the 5 divine elements. After a brief silence, the chaos divine flame continued to say, apart from that, if you want to inscribe celestial talismans, with the help of the world-cleansing divine water, the success rate of inscribing high-difficulty celestial talismans will increase exponential. Upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words, Duan Lingtian learned about the benefits of the world-cleansing divine water in its second form. Did you just absorb the world-cleansing divine water from the 5 divine elements? A voice rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. At this moment, he discovered Ling Jueyun was standing in front of him. You recognize the world-cleansing divine water? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Of course. Ling Jueyun nodded. Then, he continued to say, Duan Lingtian, it's meaningless for you to absorb the world-cleansing divine water. The 5 divine elements won't choose a descendant of a supreme powerhouse as their host unless they're unconscious. Even if you absorb the world-cleansing divine water and make it recognize you as its host, it'll leave you when it realizes you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. Ling Jueyun said. Why? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this. In fact, he had never heard of this from the 5 divine elements before this. That's because the bloodline energy of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses clashed with the 5 divine elements. The bloodline energy will constantly absorb the energy of the 5 divine elements. Since the 5 divine elements reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, even if they evolve into their next form, they'll revert back to their previous form due to the bloodline energy absorbing their energy. As Ling Jueyun spoke, he handed a blood-red fruit to Duan Lingtian. The blood-red fruit was none other than the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that was hanging on the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. There's such a thing. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. He took the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from Ling Jueyun. How strange. As a descendant of a supreme powerhouse, you should know about this since you know about the 5 divine elements like the world-cleansing divine water. It's common knowledge for the descendants of supreme powerhouses like us. Ling Jueyun raised an eyebrow before he said to Duan Lingtian, let's talk after we leave this place. I'm in a hurry to pluck the heaven sacrificial divine fruit because I'm worried something might happen. Apart from that, I've also kept Jiang Lan's immortal weapon and spatial ring. Ling Jueyun said. As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, before Duan Lingtian had a chance to respond, a violent earthquake shook the entire cave. It felt as though the ground was quaking and the mountains were swaying. At the same time, clear spatial cracks appeared in the void. The spatial cracks raged and spread, almost covering every corner of the cave. Let's go. Ling Jueyun called out to Duan Lingtian before he took the lead and flew toward one of the spatial tiers. It was clear he wanted to leave this place through the spatial tiers. This was the mystic realm left behind by Jiang Lan when he was still a celestial emperor in his past life. It was the little world that Jiang Lan had created in his past life. Now that the little world had been destroyed, they could leave through the spatial tiers. When Duan Lingtian caught up to Ling Jueyun and entered the spatial tiers, he could clearly see what was happening. The floating island in the middle of the cave abode had been torn apart and was being sucked into the spatial tiers. As for the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it mysteriously exploded during this process, turning into dust that scattered in every corner of the small world. If the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was still on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it would have been destroyed along with the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Once a little world created by a celestial emperor was destroyed, every spatial tear that appeared in the little world was an exit that led to a place near the little world. If one exited through the same spatial tear, one would be able to reach the same place. For example, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun had exited through the same spatial tear and appeared in a mountain range together. So this is Jiang Lan's trump card? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted slightly. He felt that Jianglan was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Even if he was dead, he was still looking for trouble for them. Earlier, if Ling Jueyun had not plucked the heaven sacrificial divine fruit first, he and Ling Jueyun would have failed just like Jianglan. Jianglan is really something. When the little world he created in his past life was destroyed, the killing formation that enveloped the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was activated and destroyed the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. With his current strength, he won't be able to activate the killing formation. However, with the power from the destruction of the little world, he'll be able to activate the killing formation. Ling Jueyun had a grim expression on his face. He was glad that he had plucked the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in time. If he had gone to talk to Duan Lingtian about the world-cleansing divine water before plucking the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would have been destroyed along with it. Is it a coincidence that the little world he created in his past life was destroyed at that time? Duan Lingtian asked. He felt that it was too much of a coincidence that the little world Jianglan created in his past life was destroyed not long after Jianglan's death. Of course not. Ling Jueyun shook his head and said, Jianglan must have used the formation to connect his soul pearl to the little world. Chapter 3105. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, you can say that he's not confident enough, or you can say that he's just in case. Otherwise, I'm afraid the tree would have been destroyed along with the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A glint flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he said to Ling Jueyun, fortunately, you managed to pluck the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in time. Otherwise, the tree would have been destroyed along with the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A hint of fear could be seen on Duan Lingtian's face when he finished speaking. He had almost missed the opportunity to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. I'm just worried that a long night might bring trouble. No matter what, both of us are the winners this time. A rare smile appeared on Ling Jueyun's face. It was a radiant smile. Now, both of you should find a place to consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and digest its efficacy. Ling Jueyun suggested. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he and Ling Jueyun found a secluded valley nearby and opened up a cave for them to digest the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, I'll be able to break through and become a 10 directions celestial duke within a month. When Duan Lingtian thought about the heaven-defying medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, his emotions surged as he sat cross-legged in his newly opened cave. Most importantly, not only will the heaven sacrificial divine fruit improve my cultivation base, but it'll also help me comprehend a new law. At the very least, I'll be able to comprehend 6 profundities from that law. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to comprehend 7 or 8 profundities from that law. I wonder what kind of law I'll be able to comprehend after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and becoming a 10 directions celestial duke. Due to his curiosity, Duan Lingtian calmed down slightly. At the same time, he brought the heaven sacrificial divine fruit out. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was blood-red as though it was dyed in blood. Blood-red bolts of lightning flashed around the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, weaving through the fruit in a dazzling manner. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit lay in Duan Lingtian's hand like a work of art. Duan Lingtian could not bring himself to eat it. However, due to the temptation of becoming a 10 directions celestial duke and the unknown law he was about to comprehend, Duan Lingtian swallowed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Soon after, only a small seed was left in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian's S to Duan Lingtian was not surprised. Duan Lingtian's heart's is Duan celestial red heart's heart. Duan Lingtian did not even look at the seed before he put it away. Then, he shifted his attention to the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that was coursing through his body. After the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit flowed through his body, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of exhilaration. It was as though he had turned into a willow that swayed freely in the air. This was the first time he felt this way. Duan Lingtian did not have to consume the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In other words, Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about anything. When the time came, his body would absorb the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only wait. While waiting, Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Flame curiously, "Senior Chaos Divine Flame, I heard from Ling Jueyun that it's impossible for the 5 divine elements to reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses." "Yes," the Chaos Divine Flame replied. Then, it said something similar to what Ling Jueyun had said. For example, if I reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, if I can't absorb the other Chaos Divine Flames within a certain period of time, I might revert to my second form due to the power of the bloodline in his body. If this continues, I'll revert to my first form. In the end, I'll be completely absorbed by the bloodline power of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses and cease to exist. To the 5 divine elements, the bloodline power of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses is our nemesis. Of course, the bloodline power can only restrain us if we reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses. If our host fights with the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, we have nothing to fear even if we encounter the bloodline power. It's just like when you sparred with Ling Jueyun previously. Even if he used the bloodline power, you could still defeat him with just one move. The Chaos Divine Flame finished its sentence unhurriedly. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. He smiled faintly as he muttered to himself, "It seems like Ling Jueyun really thinks that I'm a descendant of the supreme powerhouses like him." Duan Lingtian still remembered that Ling Jueyun had approached him not long after he had obtained the world-cleansing divine water. He had even said that it was meaningless for him to obtain the world-cleansing divine water. If Ling Jueyun knew that he was not a descendant of the supreme powerhouses, he would not have said that. In fact, he might even be envious of him. "Senior, does this mean that those who rely on the 5 divine elements to become supreme powerhouses can't possibly be the descendants of other supreme powerhouses?" Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, he had heard from the chaotic divine flame that one of the ways to become a divine spirit that was above the immortals was to obtain the final form of the 5 divine elements. Naturally, as long as one possessed the final form of the 5 divine elements, one would be able to become a supreme powerhouse. This was the main way to become a supreme powerhouse. "That's right," the Chaos Divine Flame replied. "For this reason, in the long history of heaven and earth, there are very few descendants of supreme powerhouses who can become supreme powerhouses. After all, relying on the final form of the 5 divine elements to become a supreme powerhouse is the main way to become a supreme powerhouse in this world. It's also the easiest way to become a supreme powerhouse. Naturally, it's only a small number, but it doesn't mean that there are no such cases. This is because in history, there have been descendants of supreme powerhouses who have comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws to the extreme. After that, they managed to master it and were rewarded by the heaven and earth law. They were reborn and became supreme powerhouses. However, such cases are extremely rare, the Chaos Divine Flame said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian had to admit that the Chaos Divine Flame's words had broadened his horizons. At the same time, when the Chaos Divine Flame mentioned supreme powerhouses again, Duan Lingtian felt that he was as insignificant as a speck of dust compared to a supreme powerhouse. Supreme powerhouses. I wonder if I, Duan Lingtian, will have the chance to become a supreme powerhouse in my lifetime. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian clenched his fists tightly. A hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes. However, this anticipation had only appeared for a short while before it dimmed again. Then, Duan Lingtian laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'm really daydreaming. Right now, I haven't even rescued Ke, little Fei and the others, and I'm already dreaming of becoming a supreme powerhouse. What a joke." After laughing at himself, Duan Lingtian began to feel depressed again. "I wonder how Ke, little Fei and the others are doing. Also, father, mother, Sai Ling, Nian Tian, and the others." After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and tried his best to calm himself down. However, based on his rapidly swelling chest, it was obvious that he was having a hard time controlling his emotions. After a day and a night, Duan Lingtian finally opened his eyes when the 5 elemental qi surged out from his body. At the same time, the emotions that had been stirring for a day and a night were gone in just a blink of an eye. There was no other reason other than this. He had made a breakthrough. This is a celestial duke. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky when he sensed the changes in his celestial origin energy. His face was flushed with excitement. When Duan Lingtian broke through and became a celestial duke, Ling Jueyun, who was in the cave next door, opened his eyes in surprise. After Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun had also made a breakthrough and became a celestial duke. Rewind to a day and a night ago. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun found a secluded valley and opened up their cave abodes to absorb the heaven sacrificial divine fruits effects. Soon after, 2 uninvited guests appeared in the area they were in. Leng Yi, based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian must have come to the Jade Emperor Heaven to meet the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. In my opinion, he's most likely dead in the place where the reincarnated Celestial Emperor set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. One of the 2 people who had just landed on the peak of a steep mountain said to the other person, "Let's search for another 10 days to half a month. If we still can't find him, we'll return." The other person said. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized the person who had just spoken. This person was none other than Leng Yi, the assassin from the Bloodskull gang whom he had met outside the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Leng Yi was a 9 Palaces celestial king from the Bloodskull gang. He was much stronger than the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Previously, Duan Lingtian was able to escape from Leng Yi's clutches thanks to the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the Bloodskull gang had sent him to the Bloodskull gang. Not only had the Bloodskull gang targeted him when he left the Spirit Overarching Heaven through the transporting formation in the Spirit Overarching Heaven, but they had also found out where he had left the Spirit Overarching Heaven. In the Jade Emperor Heaven, Yang Mountain Mansion in the Equal Heaven Territory. If that brat really died in the place where the reincarnated Celestial Emperor set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he would have gotten away with it. Leng Yi said coldly. Previously, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial had escaped from under his nose. No matter what the reason was, he still felt humiliated. For this reason, if he encountered that brat again, he would definitely kill that brat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Leng Yi and the other assassin from the Bloodskull gang used their divine consciousness to search the area where Jianglan had set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in his past life. Chapter 3106. Leng Yi extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire canyon. At first, he thought this was just another routine investigation. However, when his divine sense enveloped the canyon and he discovered the 2 auras in the canyon, his eyes suddenly lit up. One of the auras belonged to the person he was looking for, Duan Lingtian. Found him. Although Leng Yi usually had a cold expression on his face, a bright smile could be seen on his face at this moment. The bright smile only lasted for a moment before it turned into a sneer. I didn't expect him to still be alive. However, it's good that he's alive. I can kill him with my own hands. Leng Yi muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the other Bloodskull assassin beside him to reply, he swooped down like an eagle. In just a blink of an eye, he had entered the canyon. At the same time, he shrouded the entire canyon with his divine consciousness, not missing a single corner. He was certain Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape under his watch unless he had a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. However, a Wind Shadow Escape Talisman like the one Duan Lingtian had used previously was extremely precious even to Leng Yi. He did not believe Duan Lingtian would have a second Wind Shadow Escape Talisman like that. Duan Lingtian. Leng Yi stood high up in the air in the canyon. His gaze fell on one of the 2 immortals' caves that were next to each other on one side of the canyon. Do you want to come out on your own, or do you want me to go in and look for you? Leng Yi asked Duan Lingtian mockingly. It was as though he was a cat toying with a mouse. This voice, when Leng Yi's voice entered the cave, Duan Lingtian realized someone was here. Based on the voice, it was not difficult to tell that the person did not have good intentions. Moreover, Duan Lingtian felt that the person's voice was somewhat familiar. After a while, a thought flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind as he recalled where and when he had heard the same voice. Horror dawned on his face immediately. This person. He's the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang who attacked me outside the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. A 9 Palaces immortal king assassin. After realizing who it was, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. If it was not for the Wind Shadow Escape talisman given to him by Sun Liang Peng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he would not have been able to escape from Leng Yi. Why would a Blood Skull assassin be here? How did he know I was here? Duan Lingtian didn't think it was a coincidence that the Blood Skull Gang had bumped into him here. After all, this wasn't the spirit overarching heaven, but the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Blood Skull Gang was an assassin from the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory, so there was no way they would show up here for no reason. Furthermore, even if there was something going on, it was impossible for him to coincidentally appear here. In that case, there was only one possibility. The other party had come for him. Perhaps they were already targeting me before I left the spirit overarching heaven. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, even if I was targeted, Ling Jueyun and I were transported to the Jade Emperor Heaven's equal heaven territory. Even if the Blood Skull Gang wanted to kill me, it's impossible for them to know I'm here, right? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Duan Lingtian, who's that? Do you have an enemy here? Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian could only smile bitterly. Even if I wanted to have an enemy here, I'd have to find the time to go out and cause trouble. The person isn't from here. He's from the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Someone from the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory? He chased you all the way here? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Ling Jueyun's eyes widened slightly. What kind of enmity do you have with him? Why did he chase you all the way here? Moreover, even if you're targeted in Axe Mountain City before you leave the spirit overarching heaven, they'll still need the profound Nether Mansion's permission to find out where you've gone through the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City. Ling Jueyun's tone turned solemn as he continued to say, ordinary people wouldn't be able to obtain the profound Nether Mansion's permission to spy on the transporting formation set up by the profound Nether Mansion. Who is he? Ling Jueyun asked again. He's an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. The Blood Skull Gang? Is it the Blood Skull Gang, one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory? Ling Jueyun was surprised. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be targeted by the Blood Skull Gang. How did they target you? Did someone issue a mission to kill you? Based on what I know, it's not easy to issue a mission to them. Before Ling Jueyun could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to find a way to leave this place. The assassin is a 9 Palaces celestial king, Duan Lingtian said. A 9 Palaces celestial king? The Blood Skull Gang sent a 9 Palaces celestial king to kill you? Ling Jueyun was confused. He could not figure out why they would send a 9 Palaces celestial king to kill a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After a while, Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian left the cave abode together and flew up into the air side by side. His Duan Lingtian? At this moment, the other assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had followed Leng Yi and appeared next to him. He instantly shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. Before coming here, the assassin was familiar with Duan Lingtian's appearance. Therefore, he recognized Duan Lingtian with just a glance. Yes, it's him. Leng Yi nodded. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Duan Lingtian, you managed to escape under my nose with the Wind Shadow Escape talisman given to you by Sun Liang Peng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. I'm curious. How did you find out I'm here? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Leng Yi. Since you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you this. The vice leader of the Bloodskull Gang has found out through his connections in the profound Nether Mansion that you've teleported to Yang Mountain Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's equal heaven territory. Yang Mountain Mansion is huge. However, we heard that a reincarnated celestial emperor had set up a trap to lure people here to sacrifice the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. He had lured peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials from 5 Devata realms here. The spirit overarching heaven is one of the 5 Devata realms. For this reason, it wasn't difficult for us to guess you were lured here by the reincarnated celestial emperor as well. Although the reincarnated celestial emperor had used a transporting formation to send you away, we were certain you weren't far away. For this reason, we began to search the area for you. Initially, we didn't have much hope in finding a needle in a haystack. However, we didn't expect to find you here today. It seems like even the heavens don't want you to live, Duan Lingtian. It was clear Leng Yi was certain Duan Lingtian was going to die soon. Otherwise, he would not have said so much. If he had met Duan Lingtian for the first time, he would not have said so much. The reason he had said so much today was due to the humiliation he felt from Duan Lingtian's escape. This time, he was not in a hurry to kill Duan Lingtian. He wanted to wait for Duan Lingtian's despair to reach a certain level before he killed Duan Lingtian. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood Leng Yi's words. Then, he shifted his gaze to the other assassin from the Bloodskull Gang who was standing next to Leng Yi. I'm curious. Is your companion a 9 Palaces celestial king like you? Me. You're pretty smart to have guessed my cultivation base. Duan Lingtian, although this is our first time meeting, I've heard a lot about you. The assassin standing next to Leng Yi said with a scoff. 2 9 Palaces celestial kings, Ling Jueyun, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was shocked when he heard the assassin's words. At this moment, he was even more curious. Why would the Bloodskull Gang send such a powerful assassin to kill Duan Lingtian? He was certain there must be a reason behind this. Otherwise, the Bloodskull Gang would not waste their resources like this. To be able to make a name for myself in the Bloodskull Gang and have 2 9 Palaces celestial kings traverse the Devata realms just to kill me. I, Duan Lingtian, won't die in vain. Duan Lingtian said with a sigh when he heard the words of the assassin standing next to Leng Yi. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said, however, I'm afraid both of you will have wasted your time. Tchem. Duan Lingtian's words came out of the blue, causing Leng Yi and the assassin standing next to him to be taken aback. Both of them were stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. Swoosh. A celestial talisman appeared in Ling Jueyun's hand. Then, a flame enveloped Ling Jueyun at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Jueyun was engulfed in flames. Boom. A powerful aura surged out of Ling Jueyun's body, causing the expressions of Leng Yi and the assassin standing next to him to change drastically. Based on the powerful aura, it was not difficult for them to tell that the celestial talisman Ling Jueyun had crushed was not an ordinary celestial talisman. Swoosh. Swoosh. Leng Yi's energy surged. However, just as he was about to make a move, Ling Jueyun's flames had already shrouded Duan Lingtian. Then, Ling Jueyun disappeared before Leng Yi's eyes. The celestial talisman that Ling Jueyun had crushed was a life-saving celestial talisman. It was not inferior to the Wind Shadow Escape talisman that Duan Lingtian had used previously. Therefore, it was impossible for Leng Yi to catch up to Ling Jueyun. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.